Senate Joint Resolution 1 by hail. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article Roman 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Sparks will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Sparks.
Thank you, members. Members, I'm excited to have Mark Lewis with Men of Hope. One reason I'm excited about Mark is a couple years ago, I'd seen Mark at his office at Farmers Insurance in Smyrna. And I said, Mark, why don't we get a group of guys together and just have a little Bible study, fellowship, which I really wasn't a part of anything like that. Other than church, it took Mark about 6 months. Mark put it together. We're up to about 175 guys. This is why it ties into mentorships. And man, we got black guys, we got white guys, we got Asian guys, we got Catholics, we got Baptists. We lack a few Church of Christ, though. We're going to work on that, Mark.
We're working on that.
But this guy is solid, former football player, coach, life coach. And Hope Fellowship Church, one reason it matters to me is because my mentor, speaking of mentors, paid that church off in his will. I was with the late Bob Spivey while he was dying. He was paralyzed and couldn't move. I grabbed his hand, prayed for him to pass away, spoke at his funeral, and the next day, I see a hearse coming down the road. I thought, I wonder who that was. It was Bob Spivey. Within 5 minutes, I got a phone call, and my wife said, just want to let you know I checked the mail. Bob mailed you a campaign donation after he passed me in the hearse. Coincidence or God week moment? But excited for Mark. These guys were touching their lives. A lot of them going through problems, going through issues. Mark's been married to Beth for 24 years, his son, Nate, and Sarah Beth. I want to thank Nick Corbett and Mike Serenowski for always making breakfast.
Amen.
There. So please welcome Mark Lewis.
Hey, good morning. It's such an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys today. I want to thank Mike for inviting me to do this. You know, I got a quick scripture I want to share with you. Jesus was asked one time in Matthew 22:36 through 40, he says, Master, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul, and all thy mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as love thyself. On these two commandments hang all the laws and the prophets. So the word love really stands out to me today, okay? I would guess you're here because you love somebody or love doing what you're doing, right? My prayer is that you love God first, love your family second, and love the people you serve third. All the great servant leaders love the people they serve. So we're commanded to love one another. So I'm going to lead us in prayer real quick. So our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you for the opportunity to come here and be before you and lay down our cares and concerns with you today. Lord, we want to thank you for the air we breathe, the food we eat, the homes we live in. We want to thank you for the men and women serving here today and the Tennesseans they serve. Thank you for the great country we live in, Lord. I humbly come before you asking for love to take over this chamber, and that each person comes into a loving relationship with you. And I pray that love pours over the families' lives and the lives of the people they serve. When our lives are filled with your love, we serve others well. Our Heavenly Father, I am asking for wisdom and discernment for each and every member of this house today. Not the wisdom that the world gives, but the wisdom that you provide. Oh, Lord, I'm asking each man and woman to become kingdom leaders that you've ordained them to be. Lord, let today be about tearing down strongholds and that keep us divided, and build the bonds that make us love one another so we can accomplish the greater good for our state and our country. I'm asking a special blessing for this body of leaders, that they may accomplish your will in every action they perform today, Lord. It all begins with our love towards you and our neighbor. I'm asking you for your grace and mercy to be poured out like rivers upon our state and our country, and that you would do here today and bring forth such fruit and blessings out to this great state from the activities that happen here today. We humbly ask all of those things and many more blessings for the state of Tennessee in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. And thank you for him dying on the cross for our sins and being raised on the third day and defeating death. Thank you for your blood that was shed to pay for my sin debt, Lord. May the world glorify your name. Amen, and peace be with you today.
Representative Sparks will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 97 members present.
Let the journal reflect that Representative Stinnett is excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming, honoring, and announcements.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant of Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 517 by Chairman Williams, a resolution to honor Captain Barry Butch Wilmore upon his pioneering career with the U.S. Navy and NASA. Whereas the members of this General Assembly take great pleasure in recognizing a native Tennessean who has evinced true spirit of the volunteer state while making invaluable contributions to America's space flight program. And whereas Barry Eugene Butch Wilmore is a decorated NASA astronaut and veteran of 3 space flights, he has accumulated a total of 464 days in space, including more than 9 months aboard the International Space Station. And whereas Captain Wilmore was first selected as an astronaut in 2000 and had participated in 2 earlier space flights, when in June 2024, he and fellow astronaut Captain Sudi Williams were launched into space as part of a historic first crewed flight of the Boeing Starliner. Unexpected technical challenges led to the Starliner returning to Earth unmanned and caused their mission to stretch into a 286-day stay in space. And whereas only 5 U.S. astronauts in history of the spaceflight program have spent more consecutive days in space on a single mission than Captain Wilmore, and whereas Captain Wilmore did not waver despite the difficulties inherent in this mission, inspiring the country and the world through his strength and preparedness in the face of unthinkable challenges. And whereas while in space, he remained closely connected to his beloved Tennessee, participating in 2 video calls with his alma mater, Tennessee Technological University, and serving as a guest announcer for the Grand Ole Opry. And whereas Captain Butch Wilmore is to be greatly commended for his dedication to duty in the face of adversity, this brave astronaut served as an extended stay in space without complaint or compunction, and he is worthy of our approbation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor Captain Barry Butch Wilmore upon his pioneering career with the U.S. Navy and NASA, welcome him home after an extended space mission, thank him for his ongoing commitment to space exploration, and wish him all the best in his future endeavors.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your warm welcome to fine Tennessean. Barry, we call Butch, Barry Wilmore, actually was born in Murfreesboro. He grew up in Mount Juliet, and he went to Tennessee Tech University to get his engineering degree there. He also graduated from the United States Navy Test Pilot School and served honorably in the Navy for many years until they showed him the door because of his age. But it does happen. So he now lives in Texas with his family as part of the flight program there. And so we're so happy to have him here today. He is one of the two astronauts that came back after those many days, 9.5 months, actually, in the SpaceX Dragon capsule, and he returned on March 18th. We had hoped to have him on the floor in a less important day than today, because today is the budget, but we're so happy to have him here today. He represents, Captain Wilmore represents the best of Tennessee. He really does. Not only does he represent the best, he does it with such grace and kindness. It's pretty amazing. I did have an opportunity to introduce him to a few of you earlier today, and it's just amazing what the Lord has been able to do in his life, and it's just a huge encouragement. His incredible attitude and his faith in Jesus Christ and perseverance, I'm sure his wife didn't mind him being gone a little while, but Dina, she didn't. No one expected 9.5 months. So we're so happy to have him here. And he is an inspiration to us all, to many kids and adults alike all across the United States. And we're happy to have him home. And so without any further ado, I did want to mention one of the interviews that I saw that impressed me the most after his return was how he communicated about his faith and used the platform, or the anti-gravity platform, I suppose, of his role to share his faith and how important his faith was to him just in being gone that long. And so it's really my great honor, Mr. Speaker, to introduce to you in this body and congratulate Captain Wilmore. Thank you.
Captain, you're recognized. You're recognized.
Thank you. Let me use an adjective right off the bat. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. As Speaker Williams said, we live in Tennessee, but in Texas, but our home is Tennessee. I always say to my wife, when are we going home? And she always reminds me that your home is where you are now, because I'm always referring to this place as our home. You know, walking up the steps with those busts of James K. Polk and Andrew Jackson and others, David Crockett. I remember back to my 7th grade Tennessee history class and going through all the Tennessee history and what this state has meant to our nation. I'm proud to be a Tennessean. I will go to my grave as a Tennessean. And I'm grateful for that. I don't know the gentleman's name that read the proclamation, his name? Daniel. I don't know if he hires out, but man, that was something else. That was fantastic. Yeah. That's right, yeah. I also want to recognize my family, my wife, Deanna, my brother, Jack, my dad, Eugene, Jack's children, Lucas, Beth Ann, and Allison, and Lucas's wife, Kelsey, and his 3 daughters. What you see before you is the state of Tennessee education program at work. Every single person standing up here graduated from a state university and have done wonderful things for this state and our nation. And we have 3 future graduates here as well from State University. Because this is a special place. And again, we are grateful to be called Tennesseans. There's no better state in the union. I guarantee you, I've lived in several. This is home, and this is where history is made and where the backbone of our nation resides because of what you guys do each and every day. You're working on the budget today. And that encompasses a great many things, right? So again, thank you for this day. It is so special to our family, and y'all are special as well. Thank you, thank you.
What ended up happening now is we're going to take a picture after this.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to, I failed to mention that he did miss a couple of board meetings for the LGI board while he was in space, but we decided to let him remain as a board member at Tennessee Tech University. And Dr. Oldham and his wife, Carrie, and Dr. Saltzman are here from Tennessee Tech. And so it's a real family, what we do there in delivering education across the state through our state campuses. And so really appreciate that. But Mr. Speaker and Mr. Speaker, if you guys would like to join us in the well for a photo, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. One second.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to remind the captain. He follows orders really well, but I didn't give him the order. So if we could recognize him real quick, he had something he'd like to leave for the body and the State Museum.
You're recognized.
I'm sorry I was so overwhelmed, but I did fly this Tennessee state flag on the space station. So if you'll grab that side, Deanna. And Mr. Speaker, if I could present this to you.
Mr. Speaker, could you come up?
This is the only state flag that flew the whole time, the 9 months as I was up there. So we thank you. And for you, sir, thank you very much. My apologies for forgetting.
Welcome, honoring announcements. Anyone seeking recognition? Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's two people I'd like to recognize today. Members over here on the right, we'd like you to welcome a gentleman who's a native of Rutherford County, and he graduated from MTSU in 2009, and he is the Director of Professional Services at the Leadership Institute in Virginia, and he frequently appears on Nashville Talk Radio. So help me welcome Matthew Coulter-Hurt. And thank you. My second one, if over here on the right as well, my intern, Maverick Kimberton, if he would rise. He's worked hard for our office and for the Health Committee this year, and he's the president of the College Republicans at Tennessee Tech. And he was awarded a political science scholarship last evening from Tennessee Tech. So please welcome and congratulate my intern, Maverick Kimberton.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to honor all the students that were out at the Capitol just the other day who were protesting. We have a really proud tradition in this nation of peaceful protest. And recently, I feel like this is increasingly becoming under attack. Just recently, we had Mr. Mohsen Madaali, who was a student who was apprehended. He was a legal permanent resident of the United States. He was in the process of attaining his citizenship, which a lot of the people in my district are, and he was arrested without due process. If we can't stand for those who are trying to obtain their citizenship and peacefully protesting this United States of America, what can we stand for? So I continue to fight for the immigrants and those in my district. Thank you.
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take this opportunity to welcome a rising young man in my district that's here today. Cole Ballard is up in the balcony with his mother, Erica. He's a senior at Silverdale Baptist Academy and a outstanding baseball second baseman, and hopes to go to UT Law School. So thank you for joining us today.
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last night was a big night for the city of Knoxville and Knox County as we welcome the Smokies back. It was a packed house. The stadium is in Representative McKenzie's district. And so we're thankful for Randy Boyd and his leadership in bringing that and the revitalization of East Knoxville. It's a big deal. And so I just want to welcome the Smokies back to Knoxville and thank them for all their investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome my good friend Teresa Adams and her grandson Jackson Freeman. They're up in the gallery here. Let's all make them welcome.
Chair Lady Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with profound gratitude and relief to share the great news of Pastor Josh Sullivan's Rowe return to his family and community. Pastor Sullivan, a dedicated missionary from Tennessee, is a church planter from Blount County, was abducted at gunpoint during a church service in South Africa on April the 10th. His wife and children witnessed this event, and it has deeply affected our community. So thanks to the courageous efforts of South Africa law enforcement, Pastor Sullivan was rescued unharmed on April 15th in a high-intensity operation. When I heard about how it all went down, I thought this must be like Daniel that got thrown in the lion's den. God protected him. So thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Excuse me. In the United States today, more than 16.7 million people share a home with at least one family member, often a parent, who is undocumented. Roughly 6 million of these people are children under the age of 18. Consequently, immigration enforcement actions and the ever-present threat of enforcement action have significant physical, emotional, developmental, and economic repercussions for millions of children across the country. Deportations of parents and other family members have serious consequences that affect children, including U.S. citizen children, and extend to entire communities and the country as a whole.
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lynn and I have a very special announcement today concerning our state and its position in a very special ranking. The American Legislative Exchange Council and others have made this announcement just yesterday, and I'm going to let Representative Lynn share that with you.
Okay. I serve on the board of directors for ALEC, and Chairman Todd serves on, you're the state chairman of ALEC. And yesterday, ALEC made a big announcement. Every year they put out a document called Rich States, Poor States, where they rate the states and they compare the states for economic competitiveness, how friendly are we to businesses coming to Tennessee and locating in Tennessee, and how good are we on taxes to our families and all of that. Well, last year, Tennessee was about 9th in Rich States, Poor States. This year, Tennessee rates number 2 in the entire country in Rich States, Poor States. We're only one behind.
Representative Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is April 16th. I hope everyone filed their taxes on time, and if not, I hope you filed an extension. But I rise to say that undocumented immigrants pay about $89 billion in 2023 of taxes. And this administration and the laws that we're passing are scaring our immigrant neighbors from filing their taxes. So the actions that we take here and the actions that are done at the federal level have an economic impact. So I think that some of the policies that we're supporting are fiscally hurting not only our state budget, but also the federal budget. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Today I want to honor the 32 victims that were killed and the 17 wounded in the Virginia Tech shooting today. If we can have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some special guests in the gallery to my left this morning. I want to welcome the director of the Polk County Chamber of Commerce, Lynn McCleary, as well as the Polk County Leadership Group. Just please stand and let us give you an applause. Good to have you. Thank you.
Representative Jones of Davison.
Thank you, colleagues. Today I want to bring awareness to another case of Andre Hernandez Romero. He is a gay makeup artist who's Venezuelan, who tried to come to this country legally through the asylum process and was kidnapped and taken to the Venezuelan detention camp by this administration. Every time we meet, I'm going to name somebody else so you can see that these are real people, real stories, and see that this is traumatic and that this is something that we should be all ashamed of, that you're on the wrong side of history. He is one of many people who tried to come through the legal immigration system, was taken, committed no crime, charged with no crime, but was taken by this racist organization you called ICE, which I believe should be abolished. And I think that we can do better than this. I hope that we live up to the values of loving our neighbor that we talked about in the prayer this morning. We talked about loving our neighbor. How can you love your neighbor when you allow them to be brutalized and mistreated and criminalized for doing nothing besides seeking a better future for themselves? So shame on those who want to pray, but then P-R-E-Y on other people.
Lear Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, two things. One, a very happy comment. Allie Tunks has been our intern this year, and she is here in the gallery. If I could make her feel welcome. Allie? Allie's right there. Thank you for your hard work. And then, Speaker, since we are honoring folks today, I've made a lifelong commitment to trying to honor our criminal justice system and stand with survivors and victims of violent crime. In a 3-month period last year, there were 11 Tennesseans killed by illegal immigrants. I'd like a moment of silence for those 11 families that have suffered horribly at the hands of people who never should have been in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Welcome. Honor announcements. Anyone else? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar. Refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
City Joint Resolutions Congratulatory Memorializing.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory memorializing in line with that be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate bills 1,138, 1,143, 1,168, 1,240, 1,265, 1,273, 1,274, 1,346, 1,359, 1,399 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions, memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration in keeping with Rule 50.
Chair Lady Moody moves passage of the consent calendar. Probably second, Mr. Clerk. Any objections have been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 7, House Bill 547 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 8, House Bill 1293, objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 9, House Bill 124, objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 12, House Bill 142, objected to by Representative McCalman. Item 14, House Bill 318, objected to by Chairman Clemens.
All right. Anyone else seeking recognition on consent calendar? Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consultation with both leaders, I move that everyone that votes in the affirmative on item number 36 be listed as prime co-sponsors.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Anyone else? All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has several regular calendars.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Move to take up item 13 on the constitutional calendar right now. Today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's item 13 on the calendar dated for today. House Joint Resolution 2 by Representative Darby, a resolution proposing an amendment to Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee to prohibit taxation of property by the state. The Senate Joint Resolution is on the desk.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute Senate Joint Resolution number 1 for House Joint Resolution number 2.
Representative Darby moves to substitute Senate Joint Resolution 1 for House Joint Resolution number 2. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Mr. Clerk, any amendment's been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HJR 2 was a multi-year effort to include in our state's constitution the state of Tennessee should never collect a statewide property tax. Taking this belt approach allows local governments to continue to operate as normal while ensuring an additional burden is not placed on Tennessee property owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR 1 and request the clerk read SJR 1 for its first reading.
Representative Darby moves to concurrence Senate Joint Resolution 1. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 1 on first reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee to prohibit taxation of property by the state. Whereas House Joint Resolution number 81 of the 113th General Assembly, which proposed amendment of Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee, was considered and agreed upon by a majority of all the members elected to each of the two houses, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals. And whereas such resolution proposing such amendment was published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, and whereas Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee currently authorizes taxation of all property according to its value by any taxing authority, including the state, counties, and municipalities, and whereas the state can impose a property tax, as it did until 1949, to all property in the state, and whereas in 1949, the legislature repealed the state's property tax, and whereas the current property tax is imposed at the local level at various county and municipal tax rates, and whereas the controlling and predominant purpose of the property tax is for local purposes, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a 2/3 majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following language from the first sentence. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature, and substituting instead the following. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature shall not levy, authorize, or otherwise permit any state tax upon such property, and the legislature. Be it further resolved that in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, the foregoing proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people at the next general election in which a governor is to be chosen, the same being the 2026 November general election, and the Secretary of State is directed to place such proposed amendment on the ballot for that election. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copy.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that SJR 1 be set for its second reading on Thursday, April the 17th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 32 on today's calendar.
Sorry, 30. It is 30.
Mr. Speaker, I got bad advice by very good staff. I move to take up item 30 at this time.
Mr. Clerk. Good.
House Joint Resolution 48 by Chairman Doggett and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the rights of crime victims.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute Senate Joint Resolution number 9 for House Joint Resolution number 48.
Chairman Doggett moves to substitute Senate Joint Resolution number 9 for House Joint Resolution number 48. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Joint Resolution 9 and request the clerk read the resolution for its first reading.
Chairman Doggett moves to concurrence Senate Joint Resolution 9. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 9, as amended by the Senate on the first reading. A resolution proposing an amendment to Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the rights of crime victims. Whereas House Joint Resolution number 94 of the 113th General Assembly, which proposed amendment of Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the rights of crime victims, was considered and agreed to by a majority of all the members elected to each of the two houses, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals. And whereas such resolution proposing such amendment was published in compliance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 114th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a 2/3 majority of all members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the section in its entirety and substituting the following. Section 35, that to preserve and protect the rights of victims of crime to justice and due process throughout the criminal and juvenile justice systems, a victim, as defined by law, and which may be expanded by the General Assembly, shall have the following rights which shall be protected. 1, the right to be treated with fairness for the victim's safety and dignity. 2, the right, upon request, to reasonable notice of all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 3, the right to be present at all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 4, the right, upon request, to be heard in any proceeding involving release, plea, sentencing, disposition, and parole, as well as any public proceeding when relevant during which a right of the victim is implicated. 5, the right to be heard and informed of all parole procedures, to participate in the parole process, to provide information to the parole authority, to be considered before the parole of the offender, and to be notified upon request of the parole or other release of the offender. 6, the right to be free from harassment, intimidation, and abuse throughout the criminal justice system, including reasonable protection as defined by the General Assembly from the accused or any person acting on behalf of the accused. 7, the right, upon request, to reasonable notice of any release, transfer, or escape of the accused or convicted person. 8, the right to full and timely restitution from the offender. 9, the right to a speedy trial or disposition and a prompt and final conclusion of the case after the conviction or sentence. 10, the right to be informed of the minimum sentence the offender will serve in custody and the scheduled release date. 11, the right to have the safety of the victim's family, and the general public considered before any parole or other post-judgment release decision is made. 12, the right, upon request, to confer with the prosecution. And 13, the right to be fully informed of all rights afforded to crime victims. A victim may assert the rights enumerated in this section, not as a party, but in the manner further provided by the General Assembly, protecting the victim's right to standing. The General Assembly has the authority to enact substantive and procedural laws to further define, implement, preserve, and protect the rights guaranteed to victims by this section. This section must be interpreted to preserve and protect the rights of all persons to due process. This section, or any law enacted under this section, does not create a basis for vacating a conviction. This section does not restrict the powers of the district attorney general or the inherent authority of the court. Other than as provided in the preceding paragraph, this section does not create a cause of action or claim for damages against the state or political subdivision of the state, an officer, employee, or agent of the state, or of any of its political subdivisions, or an officer or employee of the court. Be it further resolved that in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, the foregoing proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people at the next general election in which a governor is to be chosen, the same being the 2026 November general election, and the Secretary of State is directed to place such proposed amendment on the ballot for that election. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Joint 9 be set for its second reading on Thursday, April the 17th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 31 on today's calendar.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute Senate Joint Resolution number 25 for House Joint Resolution number 49.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute Senate Joint Resolution 25 for House Joint Resolution 49. Properly seconded without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Howell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR 25 and request the clerk read SJR 25 for its first reading.
Chairman Howell moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 25. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 25 on first reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail. Whereas Senate Joint Resolution number 919 of the 113th General Assembly, which proposed amendment of Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail, was considered and agreed to by a majority of all the members elected to each of the two houses, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals. And whereas on April 23rd, 2024, such resolution proposing such amendment was published in compliance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a 2/3 majority of all the members elected to each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following: that all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for capital offenses, when the proof is evident or the presumption great, and the privilege of writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it, and substituting instead the following: A, all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for the following, when the proof is evident or the presumption great: 1, a capital offense; 2, an act of terrorism; 3, second-degree murder; 4, aggravated rape of a child; 5, aggravated rape; 6, grave torture; and 7, any other offense for which, as of November 3rd, 2026, a defendant, if convicted, could not be released prior to the expiration of at least 85% of the entire sentence imposed. B, in any case in which bail for an offense listed in subsection A is granted or denied before conviction, the judge or magistrate shall place in the record the judge's or magistrate's reasons for granting or denying bail. C, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it. Be it further resolved that in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, the foregoing proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people at the next general election in which a governor is to be chosen, the same being the 2026 November general election, and the Secretary of State is directed to place such proposed amendment on the ballot for that election. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that SJR 25 be set for its second reading on Thursday, April 17th, 2025.
Chairman Howell moves the concurrent Senate Joint Resolution 20. Oh, sorry, Chairman, without objections ordered. My bad. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up the appropriations calendar at this time.
Without objections ordered. AKA calendar 2 on your dashboard.
You ready?
Call up the bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 1 on the appropriations calendar, House Bill 1409 by Leader Lambert and others relative to appropriations.
Chairman Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1409 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to the Hill.
Without objection, move to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Move to adopt.
Chairman Williams moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 3.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Chairman Williams moves adoption committee amendment number 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Speaker Sexton. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, with two other amendments we're adopting because finance in the Senate met after the bill filing deadline, but this one makes us in the same posture as the Senate. This amendment simply would spend $8 million recurring for local primary elections next year, and the proceeds, because we're able to do this, would allow our local municipal governments, city governments, to be able to use the costs associated with those funds for something else in our communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chairman Williams moves adoption of amendment number 4, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill dealing with county election commissions for primary elections, we just had a pretty extensive debate on the House floor with regards to legislation involving primaries and caucuses. I actually voted for that piece of legislation. Is this bill this amendment 4 intended to fund that piece of legislation? Because it was represented that there would be no additional cost to the state or counties if that bill passed. And I voted for it, like I said, and is happy to. But if we did that without knowing it had a fiscal note, that raises some concerns in my mind, and I'm sure some others in this body. So I was just curious if this $8 million is tied to that piece of legislation in any way.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Clemens. You were exactly right. That bill that you're referring to did go through the committee process. There is no fiscal impact. This body is going to try to, in ways, defer costs and pay for costs with state revenues for local elections for 1 year, with the hope that we can come back and do it in following years. This is just simply an appropriation amendment like every other appropriation amendment. It has nothing to do with that bill. Thank you.
Representative Powell.
So I actually heard this bill through committee that this amendment would fund, and I realized that hadn't come through the floor yet. I want to be clear here. As a member of the Democratic Party, we welcome independence. We appreciate the fact that there are crossover votes. We want to be inclusive and have people participate in the process. And I want to be clear that this is driven by the Republican Party. This comes from the Republicans. This isn't an issue for us. We welcome the fact that our state has a long history of conducting the primaries in a way that people who are independent-minded have that option to go vote in the primary as they see fit. So this amendment at the last minute to bring this to the floor, this is a massive piece of legislation, and this is a huge amendment, because this is going to change the way that Tennesseans have voted for a very long time. I mean, this is a drastic change to the way our two-party system functions in our state. And so I want to be clear that this amendment, if you're voting for this, I stand with my other Democrats, I don't think we're for changing the system. We're not for spending this money. We think we should save this money and keep doing things the way they are. This is going to be more taxes on our locals and our Tennesseans for some political gain. Because you don't like the fact that independents can go both ways and decide maybe one year they like a candidate, maybe one year they don't. And the other problem with this is, I know we're talking about, and we heard this bill and people talked about party rules and party rules. Well, are we talking about national party rules? Are we talking about state party rules? Are we talking about local party rules? I mean, this is a drastic change to the way that we have conducted elections in our state for a very long time. I mean, this is to bring this up here, and this bill hadn't even passed and been heard. This is a really big deal. And Tennesseans, you need to wake up and watch what's going on. Because the Democrats, we welcome all to participate in our elections. We don't want you to have some little card to make it so you can't go vote because you didn't change your card 3 months out in your allegiance. We believe in people that have allegiance to our country, to our state, and to our people, not to a political party. And I'd love for any of you on the other side of the aisle to tell me what the national Republican bylaws are, what the state Republican bylaws are. Which one of those are you swearing an oath to and making Tennesseans swear an oath when they want to go vote in a primary? This is a really big deal. And I hope my Republican colleagues are against this, because this is going to change the way we vote in our primaries. And it's going to also have a chilling effect on independents in our state. We've done this for a very long time in our state, the way we've conducted elections. And we're looking at changing this in the last minute without a debate on this bill and fund it so it's a done deal. Come on. We're better than that. Let's give people the ability to vote the way they see fit, not based on some blind allegiance. I oppose this, and I hope this is just for Republicans.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there was a lot said there, but it had absolutely nothing to do with an appropriation that we're doing here. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Williams. I support closed primaries. I support party registrations. But folks, we were lied to in committee. We were lied to in committee about this bill. We went out of session. I asked legal. I asked the bill sponsor, and the cost was not significant, is what I was told. We were point blank lied to. Tennesseans, you deserve better than what you've seen here today and what's being done. So, this is terrible. We're at this point. We've come in here and we're going to stick an $8 million note on a bill that passed out of committee with no note on it, with no cost. I ask that we send this bill back to committee, go through the proper process, and do what's right for the taxpayers of this great state. You deserve better.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I know there's a lot of discussion, maybe some bad blood about another bill, but this is a simple appropriation. This body is appropriating in this bill $163 million that we've redirected from the base budget. Some of that is going back to fund the very things that you filed an appropriation amendment on. The discussion regarding this supposed bill has nothing to do with it. This amendment would simply give monies back to our counties to pay for elections. It has nothing to do with the other bill, because as I stated previously, that bill had no fiscal impact. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is simply an appropriation to send money back to our local governments to pay for primaries. That's all it does for 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Warner.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Williams, for the response. But I just watched the Senate's budget hearing or whatnot, and Senator Hensley asked a question over there, what this money's for. And he plainly states that it's to fund the bill that we passed last week that Representative Reeves carried. Let's be straight and let's be honest with Tennesseans. You're being misled here, members. You're being misled, and you deserve better, and the state deserves better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Williams, you have anything to add?
Move adoption.
Move adoption. Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm big on honesty and integrity. And $8 million, that'll pay a lot of teacher salaries. That'll feed a lot of hungry children in this state. And when people look at me in committee and tell me that this bill has, no cost to it, I believe them. But then you scratch your head like, a primary election, that would cost money to run a primary election in a county or a Senate district. I just feel we're being lied to. All of a sudden this $8 million pops up out of nowhere. And, I'm just wondering, do some senators have to put this on their campaign finance report as in-kind donations, to keep them from having a primary? I'm just curious, what column do they put that on the campaign finance report? $8 million to stop a man from having a primary. It's bad enough we're trying to keep kids out of school to stop a man from having a primary. But now we got to spend $8 million more to stop a primary. I mean, where does it end? The House should stand up and say no to this and vote this amendment down, and let's use $8 million for good. Thank you.
Chairman Williams, do you want to add that the $8 million is to refund a primary that they're already doing? Would that be beneficial at this point? Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So well said. I move to adopt.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? We're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 57, 30 nays, one present not voting.
Amendment number 4 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Salinas. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hold on, let me pull up my notes. So if we want to be serious about public safety, we need to invest in real tools for justice and not political talking points. This amendment funds a dedicated amount for the Memphis Crime Lab by reallocating money from where it's being wasted currently. So right now, justice delayed is justice denied. We have a backlog of rape kits that have not been tested, and therefore criminals are still on our streets. This amendment would allow us to do that testing to help us combat crime and help us put criminals behind jail. So I move for adoption.
Representative Salinas moves adoption of amendment number 5. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 5. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 27, 66 nays.
Amendment number 5 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Bain. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
So budget season is one of my favorite times of year. I feel like this is one of my moment to shine because I love looking at the trends of our budget. And what's happened in the past 15 years under Republican supermajority leadership is that our budget has ballooned. And our administrative budgets have become massive. And we're not using that money to end the grocery tax. We're not using that money to support our municipalities. We're not using that money to fill the $34 billion backlog of road repairs. Instead, we're adding new positions. We're padding salaries. We are expanding power and using it for leadership slush funds. And we ask of fiscal responsibility for working families across the state. We've added work requirements to all these public benefits. We tell people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Yet we're not asking our agencies to rein in their budgets because I think it should apply to state government as well. And we're not voting on a budget today that works for all its people. We're just voting on a budget that costs more and works less for our constituents. So with that, I ask you to vote for this amendment and I move for adoption.
Representative Bain moves adoption of amendment number 6. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 6, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 69 nays.
Amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 7 by Representative Harris. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so this amendment here would remove the $77.2 million in funding to the Treasury Department for admin. Voucher scam reduces the inflated budget of governor's office, reduces inflated and unnecessary budget of Attorney General's payroll by $9.7 million. It would also delete the additional $4.5 million in this year's budget for 10 more employees. And it would take all these funds and invest them into TennCare to provide badly needed healthcare access to our Tennesseans who are in needing. So with that, I move adoption.
Consideration.
Consideration.
Yes, sir. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 8 by Representative Miller, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Not timely filed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 8 would reduce the following appropriations: $113 million from the Charter School Commission, from payroll and operational budget, $113 million. $220,800 from Charter School Commission for 2 positions, $20 million from the increase in Charter School Facility Fund, $77.2 million allocated for voucher administration costs, $500,000 from Tech for America, and $14 million from EFA. It adds $225 million to the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for
Yeah, I heard you. Representative Miller moves for consideration. As a proper motion, probably seconded, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 8. All those in favor of considering amendment number 8, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 63 days.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 8 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 9 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you all know, this callous administration refused federal funding for our summer food program for vulnerable children across the state of Tennessee. Previous years, we benefited from $75 million from the federal government to feed children in all 95 counties across the state of Tennessee. For some inexplicable reason, Bill Lee and this administration, as heartless as they are, once again cut off funding for children to eat during the summer, and then appropriated $3 million in this budget to feed a fraction of that across the state of Tennessee. This bill will take $77.2 million that's being appropriated to the Treasury Department to administer the voucher scam, and $500,000 from Teacher America, and fully funding the Department of Human Services Summer Food Services Program. I move for passage.
That would be consideration. Consideration, got it. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 9. All those in favor of considering amendment number 9, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 61 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 10 by Representative Hardaway, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. It may not be timely filed, but it's a timely amendment. This amendment would reduce the governor's inflated payroll by $2,867,600. It would reappropriate that money to reinstate the vital funding for the Memphis Rock and Soul Museum grant that was unceremoniously removed from our budget in the middle of the night behind closed doors. That Rock and Soul Museum provides educational opportunities for our children, for the students. It also provides the economic opportunities for entrepreneurs, for employment, and those suppliers. We've had over 1 million world visitors to come into the Rock and Soul Museum. So I ask you to support this appropriation.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 10. All those in favor of considering amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 10 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 11 by Representative Bain, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment would decrease, again, the bloated administrative budgets and use that money to reduce the sales tax on fruit and veggies. But let's talk about the Attorney General's office, also known as our unelected activist Attorney General, and his budget. While families are struggling to afford groceries, he is drunk on power and using our tax dollars to boost his ego and make government bigger. So let's stop feeding lawsuits and let's start feeding families. Please, with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 11. All those in favor of considering amendment number 11 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Reeves, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 11 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 12 by Chairman Williams, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the amendments I discussed earlier that the Senate has adopted in regards to, all it does is move existing revenues that are in budget from $2 million from non-recurring revenue to recurring revenue. With that description, I move adoption.
For consideration.
I'm sorry, consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 12. All those in favor of considering amendment number 12 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 69, 20 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 12 prevails. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It does what it says it does. I move adoption.
Chairman Williams moves adoption of amendment number 12. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Lydia Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, did I hear you say you had an error in the budget somewhere and then we have to go back and fix it? Or what did I hear you say with respect to why this was left out of the budget?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the total of the budget did not change. We're just simply taking, the Senate adopted this amendment yesterday in Finance Sub after it was time, or in Finance Committee, after our timely filed amendment was. It simply moves $2 million from this, $2 million from non-recurring to recurring. That's what this amendment does, as I described for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment and the previous amendment we had were things that the Senate adopted after we passed our budget out. And generally when things like that happen, we pass ours, we let them pass theirs, then we fix it, we go back and forth together. But it appears to me that, and this is a concern I've registered, is that we're rushing through the process. And so, there's a lot of debate that goes on, amongst several members within the finance teams, and we continuously miss things and have to correct things. And this is why I've been saying we need to slow down, because not only are we missing things and adopting things and doing things after the fact, members themselves don't get a chance to look at it, vet it until we get on the floor, and then we limit the debate on it. So I'm concerned about that, and I understand what you're trying to do. I just think we could just let our budget go through, send it to the Senate, let them adopt, and send it back, and we adopt the changes. I mean, I don't think, because this causes confusion with members. We just spent almost 15 minutes debating another amendment. And it's just causing confusion with the members as we go through this budget process. And we have an entire almost $60 billion budget to debate and deal with in just a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Camper, I completely respect your opinion. You understand as well as I do that if we send the budget documents over in the same posture, then it keeps the bouncing back and forth from message calendar. We're just simply adding an amendment here that does not change the bottom line. That simply moves money from non-recurring to recurring. That's all it does. It's not very confusing at all.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the amendment deal with, could you explain what portion that's being moved? You talked about the dollar amount, but what issue, program are we changing with this amendment?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're moving in the base budget and in the governor's amendment document. There was a line item for $5.591 million appropriated to the governor's Rural Education Foundation Trust. That non-recurring dollar, we're simply keeping the same total. We're just moving $2 million of that to recurring.
Leader Camper.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I understand the message calendar is the process. It's just part of what we do here. We have no problems with any other bills going through that process. And to me, this is just another bill that we're dealing with, as we've heard mentioned so many times before, that could go through the same process. So I just think we creating confusion unnecessarily on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the question on the amendment.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 12, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 22 nays.
Amendment number 12 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 13 by Representative Dixie, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses an oversight in a document that allocated $12 million to a vacant lot in Portland, Tennessee for a speculative water project. While our Northeast Tennessee neighbors still lack basic access to water following the flood disaster. The only comparable instance where this body approved significant water infrastructure funding without confirmed development was in the West Tennessee megasite. And that wasn't during a time when the critical disaster relief was being denied to Tennessee citizens in need. Hurricane Helene devastated East Tennessee, and the damage isn't over. Flooded homes, washed out roads, shuttered businesses, communities are still picking up the pieces. Yet while families are rebuilding with duct tape and prayer, the budget is full of projects for lawmakers' pet projects. Disaster relief is not a partisan issue, it's about the people. So we would like to consider the $12 million for an empty lot, and I urge us to
You heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 13. All those in favor of considering amendment number 13, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 13 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 14 by Representative Glenn, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I'd like us to relook at the Attorney General's budget. Currently, the Attorney General has 360 staff. We've allocated another $4.5 million for him to hire another 10 more people into his office. Also, he'll be receiving a $30 million budget from HRC. That is quite a bit of money, folks. But what we can do is we can make sure that we reallocate that money to take care of Department of Ag's Ad Lunch Program, our Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Middle Tennessee program, which is near and dear to me, Go Build Tennessee programs, Jobs for Tennessee Grads, a Nashville anti-human trafficking program, our 4-H program, which is near and dear to many of you, the Next Door Recovery, Memphis and Nashville Teacher Resiliency Program, FFA Lodge at Camp Clements, 10 Steps, and the Veteran.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 14. All those in favor of considering amendment number 14, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 14 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 15 by Representative Hemmer, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise today to talk about Amendment number 15. It redirects $4.5 million from the Attorney General Special Litigation Program into the Starter Home Revolving Fund. The funds for the AG, these funds have gone up in his budget, but the actual caseload has gone down by half. Originally, a special litigation unit was established to fight policies in the Biden administration. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But yet, still, they're out there fighting, wanting more and more of this. So right now, the AG is also requesting 40 new staff positions when their caseload just doesn't justify that. The housing starter fund was actually a good idea. We really need to focus on this. Talked to THA about this last week. This has been the first time that the state would have directly appropriated money for these starter homes. Tasser did a really important study last year, showed it's just the Middle Tennessee area, Nashville region alone, there's a 54,000 home need. So really we need this amendment represents a clear choice. And I ask the motion to consider amendment number 15.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 15. All those in favor of considering amendment number 15, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 15 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 16 by Chairman Faison, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment that will line us up with the Senate, and I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 16. All those in favor of considering amendment number 16, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 17 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 16 prevails. Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Chairman Faison moves adoption. Leader Camper, you're recognized. I see you grabbing your mic. You don't even have to raise your hand.
Well, first you need to explain what it's doing.
I got you.
And here we go again, Mr. Speaker. And this is, you know what, think about it. When we pass the flow every year, what do we say? Include the opportunity for people to have timely filed amendments. And every year, we don't do it because the other side have the ability to get the votes to have theirs heard. So it silences the voices of the minority. Yes, I see the look. It does. So each one of ours that has merit to be debated and to be talked about on this floor is never get an opportunity to be heard or debated or discussed, simply because you have the numbers. But yours that are untimely filed, sure, accept them and debate them simply because you have the numbers. That's unfair. That is completely unfair. I believe, and every year we have voted against the flow motion simply because of this. When you pass a budget out of a committee, and as soon as it passes, your amendment is untimely filed, that's a problem. We need to include that in the future so we're not dealing with things just like this, where instead of going through the actual process of voting on a bill, sending it to the Senate and bringing it back and fix it, you're going to be allowed to talk about your amendment and debate it up and down. May take 10, 20 minutes, but we don't have that opportunity. And that's unfair, Mr. Speaker. That's unfair, Mr. Speaker. So would you explain what we're doing here?
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the minority leader, I don't disagree, and I would encourage you to see that this amendment actually has nothing to do with the budget 25-26 that we're looking at. This is an appropriation that was appropriated in 2023, a local appropriation that was not used. Since Hurricane Helene, we've realized that in the money sitting at ECD, we've realized that we can reallocate that money from 2023 and use it to help our local people who've struggled. And that's all this amendment does. And I move adoption.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the nature of what you're doing. It has value in terms of what you're doing. I'm talking about the process of it. You are getting an actual chance to talk about it. We're actually standing here debating it. Good or bad, worthy project. We are getting an opportunity to do that. But we're not getting that opportunity. And you got the numbers, it's going to pass, and we'll probably support it because what? It's helping your cause. And it is a part of the budget because you are adding it to the budget that we're going to all vote on in a minute. That constitutionally, our responsibility is to do, pass a balanced budget. I'm just telling you, I think it's unfair. Your amendment could wait, just like the rest of our amendments don't get on. Yours was late. Let it go over there, fix it, bring it back. Again, we're rushing. We need to take our time. This is a momentous document that we're about to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Faison, you have anything? No. Representative Travis, you're recognized. Oh, sorry, I'm back there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question on Amendment 16.
There's no cost. Previous question be called. Is there any objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting amendment number 16, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 11 nays.
Amendment number 16 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 17 with Chairman Faison, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after consultation with the minority leader and the admonishment I got previously, I move to withdraw this
Without
amendment.
objection, amendment 17 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 18 by Representative Powell, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple bill. Basically, it takes all the money that was designated for vouchers, and it redistributes that money to Tennesseans who make less than the median income. So, you know, right now, so many Tennesseans are really feeling the hurt. Groceries are increasing. Eggs are at the highest price they've ever been. The Trump administration, with these trade wars and their tariffs, are raising the prices for everyday Tennesseans. This would take that money, redistribute it equally to all Tennesseans who make below a median income. I think this is going to help out in these tough times for our people. Thank you. I move it.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 18. All those in favor of considering amendment number 18, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mayberry, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 18 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 19 by Representative Fritz, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment was to provide funding both for 2 additional DVSOs. As our budget has grown, our support of veterans budget has diminished. We need to correct that. And to provide support for Barron Heights Transition Center in Memphis, where we have in Shelby County about 150 homeless veterans at any time and 300 in West Tennessee. I got this information late. I was unable to get it filed timely. I don't think it's the appropriate thing to tack on growing budgets amendments. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 19 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 20 by Representative McKenzie, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that everyone have kind of digested these numbers when you look at the numbers that we've unfortunately invested in an already bloated Attorney General's office. Look at the numbers that we're pouring into our charter school commission, $113 million, not for education, not for direct education, but to the administration of the charter schools. When you look at all of these numbers, and we're not going to talk about the voucher scam, that's a huge number as well. When our roads, I just drove here this morning from Knoxville, potholes galore, and our TDOT is working hard. They're working hard with the resources that are given to them. This amendment was simply repurpose those funds to go to a much needed highway program so we could fix the bridges and the roads. I move for consideration.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 20. All those in favor of considering amendment number 20, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 20 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 21 by Representative Johnson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is take money from the voucher scam that is going to cause serious problems over the next few years in our budget, adding over $1 billion to the budget while leaving us in the bottom 5% in the country, or in the bottom 5 in the country funding our schools. But what it will do is the money will go to those federal employees in Tennessee who have lost their jobs. After writing this amendment, I received a text message from a friend. A senior scientist is busy offboarding her support staff today, who are now leaving the department because they have to. She expects many more to be riffed on Monday. She's senior staff at the very top level and expects potential riff.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 21. All those in favor of considering amendment number 21, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 21 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 22 by Jones of Davidson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones of Davidson, you're recognized.
Thank you, colleagues. This amendment is to shift money from the voucher scam to local food banks that have lost federal funding. This bill comes from farmers and from food bank providers in Tennessee that have felt the impact of the U.S. Department of Agriculture cuts by the Trump administration. USDA cut Tennessee's $8.2 million, which was used to buy food for food banks from 247 local producers. 31,000 East Tennesseans a month could get less food under these USAID cuts. In addition, the Mid-South Food Bank had to suspend its mobile food pantry, helping low-income seniors and those with disabilities. Tennessee's farmers and food banks are being screwed over because they don't have powerful lobbyists on this Hill. So I ask you to consider this amendment and let us serve the people who were sent here to represent, not the wealthy and well-connected, but our farmers and our food banks and those who are poor and dispossessed. Isaiah 10 says, woe to those who pass unjust laws that hurt the poor and rob them of their rights. I move consideration.
You've heard the motion. Properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 22. All those in favor of considering amendment number 22, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 31, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 22 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 23 by Representative Salinas, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would take money from the voucher scam and put it into our ability to expand Medicaid. Currently, 10% of Tennesseans, which is over 500,000 Tennesseans, are uninsured. 4.5 of those uninsured people are kids. So this would help us take care of them. It would get us out of the bottom. We lead in hospital closures in our country. And unlike the voucher scam, it would bring over $1 billion to the state budget. So it is a fiscally responsible thing to do to take care of the health of our people. If you are not healthy, how can you work? If you're not healthy, how can you go to school? If you're not healthy, how can you be a contributing Tennessean in our community? So I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 23. All those in favor of considering amendment number 23, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Reeves, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 23 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 24 by Representative Brooks, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee needs the Office of Gun Violence Prevention because lives are at stake. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children and teens in our state. We cannot continue to treat this crisis like it's business as usual. An official office would allow us to track data, continue prevention efforts, support community-based solutions, and invest in strategies that save lives. It's time for our budget to reflect our values. Protecting children and families should be our top priority. I move to adopt. Thank you.
Consideration. Gotcha. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 24. All those in favor of considering amendment number 24, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Reeves says a no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 24 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're back to Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, which was rolled to the Hill at the time.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to the Hill. Roll to the Hill. Motion to the Hill.
Yeah, without objection, roll to the Hill.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 25 by Representative Powell, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Mr. Clerk, is that because the amendments were filed after we're on the floor?
Yes, sir.
All right, Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment, simply solves an issue that I think we all care about. Our comptroller does a really good job, but he's elected by us. So this amendment gets at waste, fraud, and abuse that occurs in both the legislative and executive branch. I think we all know next week they'll be talking about waste, fraud, and abuse that occurred in the legislative branch. So let's go ahead and have somebody that's an ombudsman that can deal with this issue so it never happens again. This takes the money from this immigration czar, which we all know is a federal issue, guts that, and transfers the money to a waste, fraud, and abuse ombudsman with oversight over the legislative and executive branch. Take a look at all these overbloated salaries for Tennesseans. Thank you.
For the motion, probably seconded, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 25. All those in favor of considering amendment number 25, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider Amendment 25 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 26 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. Budgets are moral documents. They say what it is that we care about to our constituents and to our community. The budget in Tennessee has consistently grown, but so has the number of people who are in poverty. So have the social, economic, environmental issues that we are experiencing in District 86 and across our state because money is not being allocated properly to address these systemic issues. And so this budget amendment would allocate the $500 million from the voucher scam to support improving the air quality in Shelby County by allocating the resources to the Shelby County Health Department. We have the worst air quality in the state of Tennessee due to pollution, including from XAI and Elon Musk plant, and over 100 toxic release inventory facilities. And so these resources would be to help our community to breathe clean air, which is a human right. With that, I move for.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 26. All those in favor of considering amendment number 26, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider Amendment 26 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 27 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. This would take the $500 million, send it to the Department of Safety to be used to provide grants for violence intervention programs to reduce gun violence in this state. We know that gun violence is an epidemic that is plaguing the people in Tennessee and all across this country. And we as a body have failed to do anything adequately or meaningfully to reduce gun violence, whether it be homicides or suicides in the state of Tennessee. And so this is to dedicate $500 million of resources to the Department of Safety to help to save people's lives in our communities and in our state. And so this is why I'm asking for you to support this budget amendment, and it would not be increasing the budget. The resources have already been allocated. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 27. All those in favor of considering amendment number 27, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 69 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 27 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 28 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. This budget amendment would use the $500 billion that's a part of our wealthy welfare for education, freedom scholarships, and instead invest it in public transit. Many people in our communities are in need of better public transit to get to work, to get to different appointments. And there are many organizations that I work with on an frequent basis in District 86, the Citizens for Better Service, the Bus Riders Union, who are fighting to make MATA, the Memphis Area Transit Authority, better. And so this would allocate 50% of those resources to improving our transit system. There are so many people who are dependent on public transit to live, and we are not adequately investing in a public transit system for people who don't have the capacity, the ability, or the resources to have a car for whatever reason. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 28. All those in favor of considering amendment number 28, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 67 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 28 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 29 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. My mom's been a teacher for over 23 years, earning her doctorate in education, and this would take the $500 million, the $500 million to give pay raises to teachers. They're some of the hardest working and the most necessary folks in our community. And I know we have folks at the Tennessee Education Association, the Memphis Shelby County Education Association, who continue to advocate for our teachers and for public education. We are not doing enough to make sure that teachers are not struggling. We are not doing enough to make sure that teachers are getting the resources in order that they can be effective members of our communities without having to work second jobs, which many of our teachers are having to do just to make ends meet. And so these are some of the issues that I think is leading to a teacher shortage. These are some of the issues that we could and should invest our resources and time to solve, and not tie it to whether or not they support some voucher scam. With that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion. Probably seconded. That was close, Leader. That was close. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 29. All those in favor of considering amendment number 29, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 69 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment 29 fails. Call the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 30 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. This is to allocate the money for the voucher scam to the schools that are in the bottom 5% based on their Tennessee Comprehensive Assessment Program or their TCAP scores. By directing the money to the schools that are struggling the most, I believe we will improve the quality of the education and the resources of those schools. Right now, due to the inequitable BEP formula and the way property taxes works, so many schools that would otherwise have the resources that they need to be successful are being deprived. And so this is an amendment that would allow for us to give the resources that are already allocated directly to the schools that are struggling the most to meet the needs of the students in our state. Although money can't solve every problem, the lack of funding and the continued deprivation of our public schools is part of the challenge that we as a body should address. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion. Probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 30. All those in favor of considering amendment number 30, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 30 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 31 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment is to make sure that the Department of Veteran Services gets resources. It provides grants for disabled and homeless veterans in this state. Shelby County is home to the most veterans in the state of Tennessee, 52,000. And through my own research, I have learned that we're missing out on nearly $600 million of benefits and compensation. And so this is an effort for us to meet the needs of veterans all across our state, but especially in Shelby County, where veterans are struggling to get the resources that they need. And I want to thank Colonel Nancy Harper and so many other people who are advocating consistently to help our veterans who are being denied access to what they need. And the budget document that we have in front of us does next to nothing for the veterans in our state, does next to nothing for the veterans in our community who need for us to step up and to step in a more meaningful way. With that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 31. All those in favor of considering amendment number 31, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 25, 69 nays.
Amendment in accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment 31 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the heel of the amendments, House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
All right, Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We are on the appropriations bill of the budget. We will begin with an overview, and I think the best place to begin will probably be the revenues. But just to give you an oversight of the entire budget, it's $59.7 billion. 50% of that comes from state appropriations. That's a number of $29.7 billion. 35% comes from federal funds to the tune of about $20.8 billion, and 15% from other sources, $9.2 billion. So where do the revenues actually come from? So each year, the budget is comprised of revenue and funding gained from several different sources in growth in tax collections, reversions of unspent funding, other departmental revenues, and investment earnings. In the past few years, the state has conservatively spent recurring revenues on non-recurring projects, which has left a significant balance of funding at the start of each fiscal year. If you'll remember back in fiscal year 23, there was about $1.3 billion that actually went to TCAT capital. And then the next year, we actually put that money, it rolled over the next year, and we were able to do TDOT projects to the tune of about $3.3 billion. Again, all of this we were doing with recurring revenue for non-recurring expenditures. And of course, last year was the F&E fix that we had. And so we were able to use that again in fiscal year 26. Of course, we all know that general fund tax growth is slowing where it has been in recent years. The budget includes no growth for fiscal year 25, and for fiscal year 26, that growth is 2% again for the fiscal year 26 budget. The 2% growth that I just mentioned will actually generate $376.7 million. And that's in addition to the recurring state revenues, again, which has been programmed into the 26 fiscal year budget and, of course, spent. Departments also reverted, I know that question was asked, reverted over $1.5 billion in unspent funds at the close of fiscal year 24, and that left those funds available to be spent on a non-recurring basis in this particular budget. Yearly earnings for the Treasurer's investments, they've been extremely high in recent years, mainly due to increased amount of funding and the funding that was being invested and higher interest rates. And the fiscal year 26 budget includes close to $700 million in non-recurring funding, again, realized through these earnings of the Treasurer. The budget also includes the latest batch of non-recurring TennCare shared savings. $346 million is that amount, and that will actually bring that total up in shared savings to $959 million. The legislative amendment reallocates a total of roughly $179 million from the governor's proposed budget to fund 181 member-requested amendments in legislation. So that gets us to the revenue. So where was this money spent on? What are the major expenditures? And disaster relief was mentioned. A total of $597 million is put toward disaster relief in this budget. And some of that we know back during the special session, $100 million was put aside for the Governor's Recovery Fund. In the AA, another $25 million was proposed. We're going to allocate $20 million of that original $100 million going toward Irwin to help them and their recovery response up there, as well as $25 million that the governor proposed in the AA will go to those northeast counties that have been affected by Hurricane Helene. Education's been mentioned, so a total of $640 million in new state funding for K through 12 education, and that does include $198 million for one-time teacher bonuses, $148 million for TISA growth, $17 million for financial incentives for high-performing LEAs and grade A schools, $25 million for fast growth stipends through TISA, $20 million for charter school facilities fund, $20 million for safety school Grant Fund 27.3 for summer learning camps and transportation. For higher education, a total of $264 million. Funding is provided for fully funding outcomes for all LGIs, UT, community colleges, and our TCATs, providing raises and insurance rate increases for higher ed employees, and various capital improvements. Looking at health and social services, over $1.5 billion in new spending for health and social services, inclusive of state, federal, shared savings, and TennCare reserves. And these include $98 million from shared savings for hospital buybacks, $28 million for our nursing home providers, $18 million to increase the hourly wage of DSPs, $15 million for behavioral health infrastructure improvement training and workforce supports, and $24 million to fund year 4 of the dental pilot program. Also looking at law and safety, over $378 million for new initiatives regarding law and safety. Also economic development and TDOT, $213 million, over $1.5 billion for TDOT, grant pools, and
Very good. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Hicks, I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the grant pools.
Chairman Hicks.
thank you very much. I tried to beat that 5 minutes and did not make it. Law and safety, I mentioned $378 million. Let me back up before we talk about the grant pools. $378 million for new initiatives regarding law and safety. Again, $6 million to fund additional 22 positions for TBI. $38 million to fund additional 116 positions with the Highway Patrol, $175 million for public safety grants, and $30 million for additional violent crime intervention grants. You mentioned about the grant pools, and that's something that we started doing a couple years ago regarding our volunteer fire departments, EMS, rescue squads, senior centers, and museums. This year, we are including another grant fund for courthouses, and that will give us a total for the volunteer fire departments of $20 million. EMS will have grants at $5 million, rescue squads, $5 million, center seniors, $5 million, and museums, $5 million. And again, that courthouse will have $2 million. And then we're including an additional $500,000 for food banks, which that will bring that number up to $1.5 million for this fiscal year for food banks.
You need to renew my motion? No, you're good. Thank you. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the work that you've done on this. I know you put in countless hours on this, and congratulations on your first year of navigating this. I just want to raise some issues. Over the past 15 years, the state has doubled its state budget. We've doubled our state budget. But the people that I meet with across the state of Tennessee want to know where that money has gone. I think we know where the money has gone in recent years with tax cuts for corporations, eliminating fuel taxes for certain airline companies, and putting a bunch of money into boardrooms rather than in living rooms across the state of Tennessee. The people of Tennessee are struggling with higher cost of living. The costs are killing them. We haven't seen a reduction in healthcare costs. Our roads aren't in better shape. Traffic congestion hasn't decreased. Our schools are still not being properly funded. Our teachers are still being underpaid. And yet here we find ourselves, even though we've doubled the state budget, cutting vital projects in the dead of night, reducing funding for ag launch, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Go Build Tennessee, Jobs for Tennessee Graduates, anti-human trafficking efforts, teacher residency programs, the Honor Foundation, 4-H, FFA, and on, vital programs that could use the funding from the state of Tennessee that not only help build local economies, but make a difference in people's lives. We are struggling to make ends meet, even though we have doubled the state budget. And it's because we've been living high on the hog after solid leadership got us out of a fiscal crisis in the early 2000s. The past two governors have been living high on the hog, just spending on special projects and throwing money out the window to corporations rather than investing it in the people and children of Tennessee. And that's why we find ourselves where we find ourselves today, driving towards a fiscal cliff. And because of the bad decisions of this body and this governor, we're going to head towards a fiscal crisis in the next 5 years. This voucher scam will bankrupt the state of Tennessee, just like it has other states. And that's why I'm curious, those cuts we made in the dead of night the other night were necessary, yet we've got a line item for vouchers, which wasn't in the special session, that increases $42,000 for something. We got 148.6 million from the voucher scam from the special session budget. We got a charter school commission we were investing over about $114 million just for payroll and operational expenses for a commission. 2 new positions to the tune of $220,000. We passed unnecessary so-called immigration initiatives to the tune of $5.5 million. We reinvented a meat inspection program to the tune of $1 million. We got a charter school facilities fund we're putting $20 million more into for some reason, even though we're giving them first right of refusal over public property. There's some project in Sumner County that's an empty parking lot that there is no plan for that we're putting $12 million into. The Attorney General and Reporter, we've doubled his state budget after this budget passes. We will have doubled the Attorney General's budget, even though his caseload has decreased. Just getting his budget down to 300 would save us $10 million. Yet we're spending $4.5 million more this year to give him 10 more positions. Plus he's getting over 30 positions and all the funding of the Tennessee Human Rights Commission. What this Stephen Miller wannabe, why y'all are giving him all this money and all these additional funds and staff is beyond me. He's not doing more work. Think about where that money could go. And then the governor has just blown up his payroll. This governor has a payroll of almost $6 million. What the hell are they doing with $6 million? I have yet to see any leadership out of this governor beyond cutting vital programs like summer food services, denying HIV funding from the federal government. This is embarrassing. That's where we're putting our money. That's where y'all are voting to put your money instead of these other vital programs. I just want y'all to know that, and I want the people of Tennessee to know where their hard-earned money is going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Hicks. No.
I didn't hear a question.
All right, thank you. Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important for the people of Tennessee to realize what Chairman Clemens was describing is a state that's run by his party. Let's talk about a state that's run by the Republican Party. The state of Tennessee is number 2 in the nation for fiscal stability. The state of Tennessee has the lowest tax people per capita in the country. Tennessee is the lowest debt state. There is lower debt now than when Governor Lee came in office. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on about the statistics, but what he's describing here is not the state of Tennessee. That's why people continue to come here. Tennessee is literally a model the other states should follow in terms of balance our budget, fiscal responsibility, and low taxes. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to live in Tennessee and proud of the leadership of the Republican Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name was called, so I appreciate the opportunity. The people of Tennessee are going to know the legacy that you're leaving. Like I said, it's the Republican Party and the Republican supermajority that has doubled the state budget without improving people's quality of life. Doubled the state budget in 15 years. It was a Republican governor who introduced the state income tax. So let's talk about the Democratic governor who got this state out of a fiscal ditch, made the tough decisions that y'all have been living on for the past 15 years. Governor Phil Bredesen solved the state budget with some leadership and bipartisan support. Bipartisan support. I don't care who was in the majority. This state got turned around in the early 2000s under Governor Phil Bredesen after Governor Don Sundquist ran it in the ditch. You can't correct me because I'm right. Facts are facts. And because of that, our state has been on a solid fiscal footing since that time. Governor Haslam increased the state budget. Governor Lee has increased the state budget. But guess what? When you double the state budget and you kill all the sources of revenue, while increasing fees on working families by over $1 billion since this governor took office alone? Let's talk about priorities. Let's talk about fiscal responsibility. You shipped off $2 billion to people who don't live in the state of Tennessee last year without even having to. Then you gave those same people a $400 million recurring budget, a tax cut for no reason, just because an AG whose salary and staff you have doubled in the past 3 years convinced you there was a lawsuit that he had no grounds to wave the white flag on. We introduced an alternative that had a $0 fiscal note, but you said no to that. We're going to spend $2 billion, give them away, $2 billion. I don't have time for this. Y'all can talk about fiscal responsibility all day long, but you're the ones who are defunding public schools, paying for a voucher scam. Y'all are the ones giving money to these boardrooms instead of the living rooms across Tennessee. I can debate this all day long. You want to go back and forth on our records? This governor is the single worst governor in the state of Tennessee's history. Look at this. Oh, and I haven't even mentioned refusing to expand Medicaid. Tens of billions of dollars this state has rejected of our own money. Didn't cost us anything to provide vital health care services to Tennesseans, 60,000 of whom are veterans. Veterans could have just said yes, take the money and provide health care. But no, we spend hundreds of millions more dollars a year putting it into a safety net to cover the same population. Explain that to me. I dare you. Explain it to the people you represent. Good luck. My people are still sitting in traffic. And y'all went and put toll lanes on them. So now you're not investing in the roads, and my people are having to pay to get to work. And I wonder who's going to get that contract. Let's look, if y'all want to talk facts, where the money's going and who's getting the benefit of these services, we can play all day long. We can draw the lines from this governor to his donors to the contracts. We all know that. And y'all are carrying the water for him. One of you is carrying more water for him than anybody. He's only getting $12 million for an empty parking lot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hicks and Chairman Williams. I appreciate your conservative Republican leadership and the strong budget that you've put before us today. Thank you for the strong fiscal position that you've put us in. Just in case no one's been paying attention for the last decade and a half, the state of Tennessee has the lowest debt per capita in the nation, one of the lowest tax burdens in the nation, consistently ranks as one of the most business-friendly states in the nation. People are flocking to Tennessee every single day because of the conservative policies implemented in this chamber in the last 15 years. There was a mention of legacy earlier today, and what the people of this state will remember as our legacy. The people of this state remember the legacy of the Democrat Party, which is why they have not been in power in the last 15 years. Thank you again for your leadership. We will continue to implement policies that further the betterment of our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Williams.
Leader Haram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to remember, Speaker, if you remember when you and I had the pleasure to begin service to our districts back in 2010, this body, or we, had to come back. We had to cut services over $1 billion that first year because the state was so poorly managed. $1 billion. It blows my mind to think that we would say that we're not managing resources well. In my business, it doesn't really matter how good I say that I am, but when everyone else in the nation is saying that we're the best in almost every category. It's mind-boggling that someone would argue with a third-party person that that is actually factual. If you want to know why our government, our state budget has grown, it's probably because the current administration in DC has a problem controlling inflation. Healthcare costs have skyrocketed. You and I, we say it in jest now, but I mean, eggs are expensive. And how did that happen? Inflation. How did healthcare go up? Inflation. What we're trying to do here is balance a budget, provide as many services as we can in a reasonable fashion, provide goods and services to those folks, give them the roads that they need. $4 billion, almost $4 billion in 3 years in roads. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to do it the right way, the right time, every time. And that's what this budget does.
Representative Bain.
Man, it's days like these that I love being in this body. I will tell you that. I just want to reiterate, Chairman Hicks, we really appreciate your work. It's not an easy task that you have in front of you. But for this body, I just want to remember that we have eliminated the inheritance tax. We have eliminated the Hall tax. We have eroded the corporate tax base. And we are dependent on a sales tax, which to most people is one of the most regressive economic models you could possibly have in this country. And it's not recession proof. And economists are predicting that we are headed straight into a recession. And not only that, and I hate to be the budget grim reaper, but our caucuses, the Senate Democratic Caucus and the Tennessee House Democratic Caucus, sent a letter to Commissioner Bryson asking about the impact of federal funding cuts on our agency budgets. 93% of human services budget, federally funded. 74% of TDEC's budget, federally funded. 81% of TNECD's budget, federally funded. There's so much precarity and uncertainty right now, and that things are going to get a lot worse. We are not heading toward an age of prosperity. It's going, and I know it keeps some of you up at night. And I'm asking you to please, please, please take this into consideration as we move forward in the next few years, because things are about to get really bad. I hate saying that, but it's absolutely true. And with that, thank you.
Gary Hicks, do you have anything? No.
Still waiting on the
Representative
question.
Hicks. All right. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Chairman Hicks, for a very balanced and great budget that we're looking at. My colleague from Davidson County has fled the room, and I understand him conceding the field. But a little bit of history is an interesting thing to go through, because for those of us that came in 2012, we remember the previous administration, who remain unnamed, but when Governor Haslam came in, we were $1 billion upside down. That's where we'd been left. They hadn't invested money in education in a decade. We've literally added over $4 billion into K through 12 education, and that's everybody that's voted for the budgets over the last few years here on this floor. The state, under the previous administrations, before Governor Haslam, had literally gotten such bad financial state, they'd stolen money from the locals to be able to fill the holes in the state budget. There hadn't been an increase in funding for roads in a decade before that. And yet this body, under this leadership and the previous administration, has invested billions in additional in roads, including $1 billion this year, and almost $500 million for state employees and teachers to get raises. You know what the previous administration didn't do? Give any raises for state employees. Not really sure they cared about them, but we do. You know what else we did in the last decade?
Representative
Through the budgets
Harrison,
here,
the next time you yell out, there will be a vote on the board. I would ask you to stop yelling out. That's your warning. That's your warning. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to assume he's exuberant about the numbers I'm sharing. So it's $5 billion in tax cuts that we've done for the people of this state in the last decade. You've cut almost $5 billion in taxes. That's amazing. That's inheritance tax. That's sales tax on food. That's everything you can imagine that we have cut. And it appears we're going to get together in the front. But I could go on and on all day about how through fiscal discipline and through making sure that we've invested in this state, we've continued to grow education, continue to invest in buildings and infrastructure and bridges and roads and people, most importantly. And so, Chairman Hicks, thank you very much. In your first year as budget chairman, you have truly shined for the people of this state, and not just in rhetoric, but in actions. And so thank you very much, sir, and I applaud your leadership and that of Chairman Williams on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Leader Camper, I think there's a primary inquiry, maybe. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was how does a member raise a question of whether or not a member in speaking is on the bill that's before the body. That member would need to raise objection pursuant to Rule 18, which says, after recognition by the Speaker, the member shall proceed with making remarks which strictly conform to the question under debate and avoid all personalities.
All right, next on the list, Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How timely. Colleagues, I rise to talk about my deep concerns for this budget. And not just the budget itself, but the process. And we had a little talk about this earlier. Once again, we're being asked to make a difficult vote on a budget that we've had little time to review, a budget with flaws we've already seen trying to be corrected, gaps, missed opportunities, and yet we're told that this is the only way to ensure that limited funding that's been carved out for our districts can actually make it home. Let's be honest. This isn't responsible governing. I hear it all the time in this chamber. We don't want to be like Washington. But I have to say, honestly, the more I sit here and witness some of this stuff, we're rushing things. It's chaotic at times. And sometimes it's an exclusionary process. And it gets to be a little dysfunction. We rush through decisions. We shut out meaningful conversation and discussion. I am glad, though, we did get to hear the 1 minute at least on some of those amendments. Because we were trying to bring light to some of the things that we really wanted in this budget. And sometimes that's the only top opportunity that you get. Mistakes could have been avoided if we took time to make sure we did it right. We had transparency and really the respect of a lot of the voices in here. And I'm hoping, and I respect you tremendously, both of you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't see this as any, political shell game, but a lot of it just distracts the public. So the public need to see, understand, appreciate, digest what we're doing, what we're voting on, our constitutional. Really, the one thing that we're constitutionally bound to do is to pass this budget. All the other stuff is great to do, but we have to pass a budget. And the people want to know what's in there. How will they be affected by it? Not political talking points and any of that, but real things to talk about. So thank you for extending his time earlier to talk about it. I do think Tennesseans deserve better. I think they deserve a great budget and a great budget process. Now, Mr. Chairman, there were a lot of changes made to the actual base budget document. Not just the supplemental, we saw that in the schedule, but some of the things in the base budget were taken out, and I'm curious as to why we made some of those decisions. The other thing I'm concerned about, and I brought this up in committee, there's a lot going on at the federal government that's going to have a serious impact on Tennesseans. DOGE is just cutting things arbitrarily, rushing through, and Tennesseans are going to be affected by that. So I'd like to know, are we looking forward as to what Tennessee is going to be prepared to do when these cuts hit us? Will there be funding kept in abeyance that we can carry forward to next year, to make sure that if there's anything that goes on at the federal level, Tennesseans have thought about it, we've protected it, and we're looking forward to making sure that our people are, recognized in some of these cuts that may have to take place. You see? And you would need to be working across party lines because the citizens don't care nothing about party when it comes to what's going to hit them. They don't care about that. They want to know that Tennessee care about them. So can you talk a little bit about the philosophy of some of the changes you made in the base budget, as well as what we're doing to plan for what may be coming from the federal government level?
Chairman Hicks.
Absolutely, and thank you, Leader Camper. I know you've asked a couple of questions, and I'll try to address all of them. And we'll begin first. You mentioned the process, and so I want everybody to understand, and we mentioned this in committee, and I want to say this again, that we don't show up in the middle of the night and do the budget like some folks say. When you're looking at a $59.7 billion budget, that does not happen. And so the budget will start when we get done this year. We will automatically begin for the following year. We'll begin with fiscal year 27. But we begin, somebody asked me, when do you start? And it's like we get to work really for the legislature as soon as we pass this. But when we come back in February or January, we begin then from listening to what has been proposed to the governor, to what's being proposed for us in all the committees that we sat through. And of course, you're there on all of them. And then with talking to members, members are talking all throughout, and that's on both sides of the aisle. I have as many people coming into my office from your side as from my side. And I welcome that and I encourage that. And if you don't do that, that's not on me, that's on you, because you can come anytime. And so as far as the process, it's the same process that you all well know of, that we work this through committee, and then the priorities is what we go out and we try to fund. We don't get to fund all the priorities. Some get put toward the next year. But those priorities, and we try to find out what they are, and then that's how we move forward as far as the process. We talked about the public. It's all on video, what we're doing. And maybe some of the one-on-one conversations aren't on video when somebody comes to me, but they come out. They come out through bills and through amendments. Those conversations come out. The next thing you talked about was changes. And I'll say this, as the governor proposes a budget, but we finalize, and it's our budget. And so when we looked at that, after hearing from all the priorities, from all the conversations, from all those committees, from the one-on-ones, then we say, here are our priorities. And then we go and we fund them. On some of the programs that were cut, they still have base.
Yep. That was your 5. Yep, all good. Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing all this stuff that, we're number one in this, we're number one in that. No, we're 46th in the nation in funding and education. We're near the bottom in the country in healthcare. We're last in the nation in childhood vaccinations. But I'll tell you what we do lead the country in. We lead the country in children dying by gun violence. We lead the nation in that. And I think we probably lead the nation in subpoenas for a federal corruption trial. I know we lead the nation in that.
Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say, first of all, thank you to Chairman Williams, Chairman Hicks, and to all of those that have served on the Budget Committee. We sat through hours and hours of budget hearings, and so let me say thank you, first of all, for that. Second of all, as I've sat here today listening, there's people passionate about different things. If we're on a scale from 0 to 10, and 0 is as bad as it gets and 10 is perfect, folks, will never be at a 10 because we're not perfect people and it's not a perfect world. But if we maintain a 8 or 9, that means that 80, 90% of the time we agree and we accomplish great things. And I think that's where we find ourselves here today. We can look at this budget and fuss about things that's not included, things we didn't get. But for me and for the people that I serve, I'm thankful for a school safety grant. I'm thankful for senior citizens grant, for volunteer fire departments, for EMS, for rescue squads, for teacher bonuses, for the reward to counties with 50% of grade A schools. That one of my counties, a struggling county that's a neighbor to several of the representatives that understand what a position this county's in, but $500,000 that they'll get for Jackson County because of the grade A schools, that's huge for them. There was also an ask that I had asked in the appropriations when we had the opportunity to come before the committee to ask for some of the courthouses in my district. And I want to say thank you, Chairman Hicks, and to those that included that $2 million for courthouses, because that's huge for those in some restoration, for the food bank grant pools, and also to remind folks that for working families, Tennessee has a sales tax holiday weekend that'll be coming up in July for school supplies. So when we look at this budget, it may not be everything we wanted. It may not be everything that we could go down through there and pick the things that we like, the things that we don't like. But at the end of the day, I want to say thank you to the speaker, to both chairmen, and to all of those, to Jessica and so many others that I've had conversations with, that this budget is a budget that we can be proud of to help the folks of Tennessee and to make Tennessee continue to be the great state it is. Thank you, Chairman Hicks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Hicks of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. On what happened on September the 27th in Northeast Tennessee, you sit back and look at everything that happened and you wonder, how can you ever prepare for something that devastating? It's unbelievable what happened that day and the next day. But it's good to know, I'm glad to know, that I live in a state that evidently stays prepared for things like that. and events like that. Through the leadership, fiscal conservative leadership of this state, the work of Chairman Hicks and Chairman Williams and all the staff and all of the people on budget, it's unbelievable how we was prepared for what happened. The governor, we can say what we want to about the governor. When we needed him the most in Northeast Tennessee, he was there. He took charge, and he made sure that we had what we needed. Finance, the leadership, the speakers of the houses, they was all calling. All of us Northeast Tennessee representatives wanting to know what we needed, how we needed it, and when we needed it. And they answered our prayers. So I stand today with all of my folks from Northeast Tennessee, just thanking this body, just blessed to be able to live in a state that we are prepared for events like this and to where we can raise our kids. I went to a little function at a school that was, this area was devastated in my district. And these kids had put together a book. And in this book, it had a lot of the devastation. And the kids, they was anywhere from 8 to 13 years old. They told their stories of how the flood affected them and their lives and their families. They even had some of their grandparents talk about the flood of 77 and went back to that. It was very interesting, and it showed the devastation. But at the end of the book, what I really liked is it actually showed the bridges being built back. Some of the bridges are already up, and we're getting ready to be able to drive across them just in a few weeks, believe it or not. A road that was completely washed out in between us and Unicoi is already back up and going thanks to TDOT and all the construction workers and all of the, but we live in a state, other states that went through this are not as fortunate, okay? We live in a state that was able to move and move quickly, all because of what we're talking about and what we're getting ready to vote on right here today. So I'm proud to be a Tennessean. I'm proud to serve with you all. And look, we live in a great place, and let's do everything we can today to keep it that way. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
I can't hear the representative from Shelby. I don't know what he's saying. We're voting for previous question on the board. All those in favor of previous questions, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Capley, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1409 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member change their vote? Todd, aye. All right, Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 79, 16 nays, one present, not voted.
House Bill 1409 and received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most for exterior table. Chairman Clemens, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're not going to debate the most important bill on which we'll vote this year, I move to adjourn.
That was out of order, Representative Clemens. Did he make a motion? Oh, your motion to adjourn? So he did? All right, we're on the board. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 72 nays.
Fails. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1408 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to the statutory revisions required for implementation of the Annual Appropriations Act.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1408 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance and Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Move adoption.
Chairman Williams, move adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seen on the amendment? No. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Chairman Williams moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what is affectionately known as the BEMP bill, which is the Budget Implementation Act. The BEMP makes the statutory changes needed to implement the budget. These changes are done on a non-recurring basis. Amendment 1 contained language that would have made a recurring statutory change to reallocate revenues from the tire tax from the general fund to TDOT. At the advice of our legal counsel, it is more appropriate to accomplish this by amending a regular bill. So to do this, Amendment 2 removed the language from Amendment 1, and it will be proposed as an amendment to a bill moving through the committee process. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Move previous question.
Question being called. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1408 as amended, please vote as amended. Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, non-nays.
House Bill 1408, having a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1407 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to bond issues.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1407 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance and Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Chairman Williams moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1407. This is the bond bill and just Amendment 1 that we put on as provided in the governor's amendment to the budget. The amendment expands the bond amount to include an additional $25 million worth of general obligation bonds for the MTSU Murphy Center. So that's what the amendment did that we put on. So the bond bill includes authorization for the following projects: DCS, a new Woodland Hills and Water Secure facilities, military and TEMA, that's a new operations center for TEMA, ETSU, Brown Hall, MTSU Murphy Center, Tennessee Tech Construction and Manufacturing Building, University of Memphis Research Modernization, TCAP Memphis Aviation Campus Replacement, UT Knoxville Chemistry Building, UT Martin College of Business and Global Affairs, the AOC, Library and Archives renovation for the court system, MTSU. Again, that's the Murphy Center Murphy Center from the amendment and TDOT bond authorization. Now, each year, the bond bill provides authorization for TDOT to issue bonds. However, these bonds are never issued. As a practice, the General Assembly appropriates recurring funds equal to 11% of the principal amount of all the general obligation bonds that are authorized but unissued. 11% combines and assumes 6% interest and 5% principal payment. With these bonds being issued, Tennessee will continue to be a low debt state. Our annual debt service will be only 1.76% of our tax revenues. And so for comparison, at the start of the Lee administration, our annual debt service was 2.4% of our tax revenue. Many of the bonds being issued are for higher ed institutions. Per TSSBA's current policy, higher ed institutions can currently only issue bonds on revenue generating projects like dorms, arenas, and stadiums. The majority of projects being bonded for higher ed institutions are non-revenue generating. And then finally, the TSSBA is currently actually considering policies that would expand the projects for which institutions could seek bond issuance. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a lot of the projects these bonds are going to fund. I'm going to vote for this piece of legislation, but I just wanted to point out that you correctly stated that we are now a low debt state. We are no longer a no debt state. So I just want to make sure that we know what we're voting on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will say that we will still be, if this bill does pass, the lowest debt per capita state. So I do want to bring that out. We're a very low debt state. And so one of the things that we have in our financial toolbox is that of being able to utilize debt in our favor. And so this is what this bill will allow us to do.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. It sure is good to be able to talk about the monies of the people that we're voting on here. Need a little information, Mr. Chairman, on what's the relationship between our bond debt and our bond service and the monies that we have in reserve, our rainy day fund in particular.
Chairman Hicks.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so Representative Hardaway, as far as the relation, so let me remind everyone, and we talked about this a little bit about budgeting. So what we have been doing, so let's just look at the grand scheme of the revenues coming in. The way we have been budgeting, we make sure that we are paying for non-recurring expenditures with recurring dollars. So that always puts us in a really good fiscal position, just looking at the entire budget. Now, as we go back and look at our debt service is more than capable of being able to satisfy the requirements of what this bond bill will do. And I don't know if I answered your question. If you want specific numbers.
Representative Hardaway.
Well, I'd appreciate specific numbers, but really I'm looking for what the formula might be on what our relationship is between the actual bond amount, the bond service, and what we keep in reserves. Are we required by our creditors to keep a certain amount in reserves for service? Is it a percentage or set amount? If you could clue us in on that.
Chairman Hicks.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, that's a little bit hard to answer. I guess let me back up. And in our rainy day fund, that's 2.185 is what we have. $1 billion is what we currently have in our rainy day fund. And then looking at reserves, we look at that as a percentage of our revenues as in relation to what we're able to afford with when we have a bond bill such as this. And I don't have that ratio, that number. I could probably generate that maybe offline, but I can tell you that we are more than capable with our current financial status to be able to handle the debt service, which these bonds, and again, what we are actually bonding, and maybe I should have mentioned that number. I don't know that I did. A total of $1,034,547,000 is what we'll be bonding. So you could, if you want to do the ratio, you certainly can through our revenues.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and thank you for that last number. I was going to ask about it. The other question I have is the process by which we got a sheet, and it looked like Memphis was bleeding all over the place from the way that the cuts were done. So I want to know what the process is of when that was done, whether it was public, whether it was in a private setting. I wasn't aware of it until after that schedule of cuts was provided. So I'd like to know what that process looks like.
Chairman Hicks.
And
Representative Hardaway, I think that you might be on the appropriations bill. That question doesn't really relate to the bond bill. The bond bill, the only thing changed on the bond bill from when it was initially rolled out was the $25 million that the amendment put in for the Murphy Center and MTSU. So I don't know that I follow the questions you ask. I think that's more for the appropriation.
Representative Hardaway.
thank you. And it would have been on the appropriation bill if I'd had a chance to ask that question. So I'm glad you acknowledged that it should have been on that bill. So my other question is, I'll tell you what, I'll take that up with you later. Thank you.
All right, Representative Powell.
So a question for the sponsor. My concern here is traditionally these bonds have been very solid because we've had very strong international trade. However, when you start imposing tariffs, there is a tremendous impact on the bond market. There's currently a 90-day pause, we're told, on tariffs, some tariffs. Some of those are still going. But my question for you is, do you really believe that our bond market is still going to be in a solid position given the increased unwieldiness of the bond market as a result of the tariff policies of the Trump administration?
Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here's what I do know is that if there's someone that I do trust with our money, it's going to be the treasurer. If you look at this particular budget, some $700 million was earned from the treasurer's earnings to be able to balance this budget. And I think there's more earnings on the way. And I totally have confidence in our treasurer. And I think, honestly, the results speak for themselves. If I had a crystal ball, I guess I could answer the rest of your question because I don't know that at this point anyone can answer that.
Representative Powell.
Yes, well, I just want to throw out caution, and I get treasurer's done a good job measuring some of these different things in the past, but we're seriously entering a very volatile time, and I don't know if any treasurer that's alive today has ever seen a trade war with tariffs at this rate. So it gives me a lot of uncertainty, when we put so much faith into our bonds, the stability of these bonds moving forward. I mean, this is a major issue for this state. And I know, people want to mock this discussion, but this is very serious. I mean, this really is. Because our bonds are so prevalent to our budget and what we rely on as a state. And now that entire bond market completely disrupted. One last question. Who can purchase these bonds? Do they have to be purchased domestically? Can they be taken on the international market? Who buys the bonds? Thank you.
Chairman Hicks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these are just general obligation bonds, and they'll be sold on the open market by the treasurer. Yes.
All right. Further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1407 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Reeves,
Ayes 91, 2 nays, 2 present, not voting.
House Bill 1407 having received a constitutional majority, everybody clerk passed without objection. Most read serious table. Chairman Hicks, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to say before I step down, first of all, thank you all. First of all, thank you for the confidence that the Speaker has in the Finance Chairman. And I do want to thank my Chairman, Chairman Williams, Chairman Gillespie, Chairman Halsey. Also, I really want to thank the Speaker's office, but there's some other people who I think really deserve a lot of attention and thank yous. And that's going to be Jessica Himes, and that's going to be Joel Hayes, Doug Garrett, Anastasia Campbell, Myrna Tunich, Bohan Savage, my assistant, Kimberly White, Mary Hamilton. Also, my intern, Katie Collins. Would you all please say thank you to them? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Chairman Todd, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of HJR 670.
I got you. Hang on. Representative Todd, very good. Mr. Clerk, can you read the caption?
House Joint Resolution 670, a resolution to honor Bobby Petray for many years of service to the Eagle Forum and the leadership in the state of Tennessee.
You heard the caption. There's objections. We're on the board. All those in favor to suspend the rules, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? We'll come back to you. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 21 nays.
Rules are suspended. Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 670.
Chairman Todd moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 670, probably seconded. Any objections to the question? We're on the board. All those in favor of adopting House Joint Resolution 670, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 17 nays, 2 present, not voting.
I hereby declare it adopted without objection. Most read serious table. Let the journal reflect Representative Gillespie is excused. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we return to Monday's regular calendar.
Without objection to order, Mr. Clerk, call first bill.
House Bill 857 by Representative Leatherwood relative to the Office of Open Records Counsel. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 623.
Representative Leatherwood moves substitute form Senate Bill 623, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Leatherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 623 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage of Senate Bill 623 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next minute, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires the Office of Open Records Counsel to facilitate and convening the meetings of the Advisory Committee on Open Government. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 623, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Kumar, aye.
Ayes 92, one nay.
Senate Bill 623, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 405 by Representative Leatherwood, relative to taxation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 384.
Representative Leatherwood moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 384, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Leatherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 384 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage of Senate Bill 384 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires a hotel operator to remit the hotel occupancy tax to the municipality when a person has maintained occupancy for 30 continuous days and to cease collecting the tax from the person for the remainder of their stay in the operator's hotel. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order here, but we do have a former member, the great Terry Lynn, Representative Terry Lynn Weaver, standing at the back. Could y'all please give her a warm welcome?
Representative Mayberry. Representative Mayberry, did I see your hand? Oh, Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand correctly, after 30 days, the operator of the hotel will remit back the taxes that were collected by the patron back to them and will not remit those to the city or the county. Is that correct?
Representative Leatherwood.
Now, after 30 days, they will stop collecting the tax altogether. So they won't collect it. They won't send it to the cities or remit it. They'll just stop collecting it altogether.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During that 30-day period, the days leading up to the 30th day, the hotel operator will have been collecting the hotel motel tax. Under this amendment, they would have to remit that back to, and I believe that may actually be current law already. They will remit that back to the patron. Is that correct?
Representative Leatherwood.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I followed all that again. I think you went back to mentioning after 30 days, but before 30 days, they will collect the tax and remit that tax to the municipalities. So the hotel collects it for the first 29 or 30 days, the first 30 days, and they keep the tax. The hotels collect it, send it to the cities. After 30 days, they do not collect the tax anymore.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 384 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 13 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 384 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're now ready for item 51. Item 51 on Monday's calendar, House Bill 1352 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to sexual offenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 678.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 678, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 678 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 678 on third and final consideration. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, requires a person convicted of the Class B felony offense of aggravated sexual battery to be sentenced as a Range 2 offender if the victim was less than 18 years of age or was mentally defective, mentally incapacitated, or physically helpless, allows the defendant to be sentenced as a Range 3 offender if appropriate. Mr. Speaker, with that, I renew my motion.
Chairlady Littleton renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Lady, if you could walk the body through what the difference is in a Range 2 offender and a Range 3 offender so we better understand the implications of this legislation.
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Range 2 sentence for a Class B felony is not less than 12 and no more than 20 years. Range 3 sentence for a Class B felony is not less than 20 and no more than 30 years.
Chairman Clemens.
So are you downgrading the criminal sentence for individuals if they have these, if they're mentally defective, mentally incapacitated, or physically helpless, or are you increasing the penalties?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Increasing.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I understand this serious of criminal offense, but if someone has one of those disabilities, you're increasing the punishment for them if they're mentally defective or mentally incapacitated? Is that the victim or the defendant?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the victim.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 678 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Senate Bill 678, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1355 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to children. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairlady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1052.
Chairlady Littleton moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1052, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1052 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1052 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This specifies that the payment of financial support to or for the benefit of the child or the child's mother during the pregnancy or when the mother had a physical custody of the child does not include in token financial support as it relates to the criteria for the punitive father. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairlady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1052, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays, 3 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1052, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1356 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to records. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1116.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute form Senate Bill 1116, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1116 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1116 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This authorizes the Department of Children's Services to open specific adoption records in order to search for kinship placement for a child. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews your motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For whom does this open those records?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's another child to be adopted, they want to look and see if there's kinship to put the two children together that are siblings.
Chairman Clemens.
Who is the they to whom you're referring?
Chair Lady Littleton.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Department of Children's Services.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1116, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1116 have received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1357 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to children. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to House Bill 1239.
Chair Lady, oh, I'm sorry. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1239 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1239, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1239 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1239 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number one.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill enacts the End Childhood Hunger Act, which will create a task force to meet on July the 1st, and will end on July the 1st of 2026.
Chair Lady Littleton renews the motion. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lady, does this bill encourage this task force to look at the value of the summer food services program funded by the federal government? Because that plays a large role in ending childhood hunger.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just says for the task force for child hunger.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you. I know that this requires a report back to the General Assembly no later than July 1st, 2026. I would love to see us consider moving that up next year by amending this legislation before the deadline to say yes to the federal government for those vital funds for the summer food services program, because I think that goes a long way towards providing food to vulnerable children in all 95 counties, as opposed to rejecting $75 million and only investing $3 million. So I hope that is a part of this task force agenda. Thank you.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1239, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 1239 have received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1359 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to foster care. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1015.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute form Senate Bill 1015, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1015 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1015 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number one, same as Senate Amendment number one.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a foster child bill of rights. And Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1015, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member changed their vote? Capley, aye. Leatherwood, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 1015 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1360 for Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to child abuse. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1241.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1241, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1241 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1241 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1. Draw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill expands the definition of abuse to include when a person under 18 years of age witnesses either abuse or domestic violence abuse or on another child or immediate family or household. It requires that if a child has been removed from the custody of the parent or legal guardian due to finding abuse and placed in foster care, reunification with the parent may only occur if the parent has achieved sufficient progress on their permanency plan, responsibilities to make reunification safe for the child, and has received mental health counseling. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor, Senate Bill 1241, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1241 and received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to item 59. Item 59, House Bill 164 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to professions. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 128.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 128, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 128 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 128 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In favor of the Senate amendment, I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill concerns and deals with animal chiropractors and their association to make sure that they're properly educated and trained. We had some lively discussion in the committees, and I found out that the Senate put an amendment on it yesterday that the veterinarians are neutral on, and so I think everything's okay with it. I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What does the amendment do that makes the veterinarians happier?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
The amendment takes the veterinarians out of a certain portion of the training to become an animal chiropractor. They can use their training that they have in vet school to use it, to do it.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So does this still allow an individual to go directly to an animal chiropractor rather than going to a veterinarian first, getting diagnosed, determining what the cause of the ailment is before they get referred out to a chiropractor?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
This lets the people who own animals get to do what they would like with their own property. And they've been doing this for over 100 years and been certified since 1989. So they've been doing this for a long time. We're just saying if you own the animal, you can take it to either a veterinarian or a chiropractor. You don't have to go to the veterinarian first.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 128, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 65, 24 nays, 4 present, not
Senate
voting.
Bill 128 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 874 by Chairman Martin, relative to sexual exploitation of children. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Martin, Carroll, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 535.
Representative Martin moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 535, properly second. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 535 on third and final consideration.
Representative Martin moves passage of Senate Bill 535 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Foreman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came from a local DA and his lead investigator to protect children against sexual exploitation. Currently in Tennessee, when we subpoena an individual for their electronic service, their electronic service provider, which could be your internet service provider, social media apps, etc., can reach out to the target of the subpoena, letting them know that they're being investigated. This information needed for the investigation can then be deleted before the officers are able to get to the actual evidence. By them tipping the person off, this deletes valuable evidence, also puts our officers at risk when they show up to get the information from the suspect. This bill is known as the Tennessee Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation Act, will close that loophole so where the ESPs cannot notify the individual before the information is taken. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Martin renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 535 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 535 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're ready for item 62. Item 62, House Bill 1050 by Representative Parks and relative to nuisances.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1050 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Farmer. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Farmer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for consideration of House Amendment number 2.
Representative Farmer moves to consider amendment number 2. We're going to pull it on a vote. All those in favor of amendment number 2, please vote yes. Those opposed, vote no. Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 89, 1 nay, 2 present, not voting.
Motion to consider passage. Representative Farmer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment provides an exception for various health and substance abuse treatment facilities, and I move to adopt.
Representative Farmer moves adoption. Any objection? We're going to put that on the board. All in favor of that amendment, please vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 1 nay.
Amendment 2 adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The DAs and myself and Senator Bailey, we worked on a bill that would streamline the nuisance business laws. With that, I move passage. I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Lafferty, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just curious, does this have anything to do with loud vehicles, things like that, waking up the neighborhood at 6 a.m.?
Representative Parkinson.
As much as I wish it did, Chairman Lafferty, no, this one has to deal with more serious crimes such as assault and homicide and others like that.
Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Any other questions? Representative Towns, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection? I think we have objections. Previous questions on the board. All in favor of previous question, please vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. Please take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 86, 3 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're on the board on the bill. All in favor of HB 1050, please vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 5 nays.
HB 1050 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 63, House Bill 171 by Representative Reedy and others relative to ambulances. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Reedy, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 747.
Representative Reedy moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 747, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 747 on third and final consideration.
Representative Reedy moves passage of Senate Bill 747 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this extends the Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act, the fee for another year. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 747, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
Senate Bill 747, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1429 by Representative Reedy, relative to the city of New Johnsonville.
Representative Reedy, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1429 on third and final consideration.
Representative Reedy moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. We adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local bill for the city of New Johnsonville. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Just want to make sure this bill for New Johnsonville would say that no immediate relative of another elected official is able to hold office, elected office. Is that what this bill does?
Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. That is their desire.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And thank you for the bill or presenting it. I don't live in New Johnsonville. I live in the great city of Memphis and Shelby County, but I am concerned about this legislation. I, as much as anybody, hate nepotism and don't think people should get offices just because of who their mom or dad is. But I don't think we have the right to limit who voters get to elect. I don't think we should do that. I think voters can choose whether or not to elect somebody's sibling, mother, cousin, granddad, whatever it is, because voting is a fundamental right. And we can't abridge people's access to who it is that they want to vote for. And so I'm very concerned that New Johnsonville or that this chamber would be assenting to making the pool of eligible voters smaller on behalf of the folks who asked for you to bring this bill. We have in our Tennessee Constitution and our United States Constitution requirements of eligibility for people to run for office. There's no asterisk about if your relative is an elected official. And I don't think we want to do that. And so I would caution members from limiting the amount of, limiting who is eligible to run further than what our Constitution says is an eligibility requirement. Thank you.
Representative Reedy.
Thank you for your comments.
Any further questions? Any objection to the question? Representative Mitchell, way in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, does this affect brother-in-laws?
Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for your family situation.
Representative Baird, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my colleague from Memphis, I'm very familiar with the city of New Johnsonville. As an attorney, I've represented the city of New Johnsonville. I've represented members of the city council in the city of New Johnsonville. This is a private act that is specific to the city of New Johnsonville that was brought to Representative Reedy by the city of New Johnsonville. They have asked us to do this for them specifically because they have a history and an issue with this specific issue that they're trying to address. So while I understand everything that you feel very passionate about and you want to talk about this, none of what you said has anything to do with this bill. Representative Reedy, thank you for bringing this. It is an important thing that the city of New Johnsonville needs to clean up, and I appreciate it. I support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Move expressions. Question has been any objection? Seeing none, we're going to vote on House Bill 1429. All in favor, please say aye. Vote aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, nays 5 present, I voted.
HB 1429, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 671 by Representative Scarborough and others relative to bail bonds. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk. Mr. Speaker, that's item 66.
Representative Scarborough, you're recognized.
Speaker, I will move to substitute and conform to SB 1202.
Representative Scarborough moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1702. Properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Scarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage SB 1202 on third and final consideration.
Representative Scarborough moves passage of Senate Bill 1202 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Scarborough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply introduces procedural standards and accountability measures for bail bondsmen while they're providing them clear pathway for release from their obligations if they demonstrate good faith efforts to locate a missing defendant. And that will renew my motion.
Representative Scarborough renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Travis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
There are objection to previous question. Seeing none, we're going to vote on the bill. All in favor of Senate Bill 1202, please vote when the bell rings. All opposed also vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 7 nays, 1 present, I voted.
Senate Bill 1202 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 67, House Bill 1097 by Speaker Zachary and others relative to actions of local governments.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1097 on third and final consideration.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, Ms. Patch, second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill promotes more transparency in how laws are enforced and applied at all levels of government rather than allowing unconstitutional local policies to stand until challenged in expensive lawsuits. The bill provides a proactive mechanism to identify and resolve those violations early. The bill ensures accountability that state funds are not used to support unlawful policies, reinforcing uniformity and responsible government throughout Tennessee. Without explanation, I renew my motion.
Deputy Speaker Zachary renews motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Todd, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I've ever told you this, but this is an idea that I actually had about 6 years ago as I saw how local governments, subdivisions of the state of Tennessee act in certain situations, and the box that we build them to work in, sometimes they try to get outside that. So I've long felt that this should be done. So I really appreciate you bringing this and putting the muscle behind it to get it passed. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Speaker Zachary. All good. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this piece of legislation, ladies and gentlemen, gives the Attorney General the arbitrary discretion to decide whether or not your local government violated state law or the Constitution of Tennessee as he or she interprets it. Regardless of who the Attorney General is, that's problematic on multiple levels. And then it creates a window of time for them to take one of two actions, either appeal that decision to a court or reverse course and repeal that action. My question is, because this also requires the Attorney General to withhold all state shared taxes from those local governments, which is crazy. My question is, if the court hasn't ruled within that time frame at no fault of the local government, why are those state shared taxes still being withheld, or must, because I don't see this requiring the court to act within that time frame. So just because a court, this three-judge panel may be going back and forth on whether or not the Attorney General is right or wrong in his or her interpretation of the Constitution, this local government could still be without its state shared taxes. Why are we creating that gray area there, hanging our local governments in limbo during that time frame?
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Well, first and foremost, we use the word may, section 1A. It says may review, so it doesn't require the Attorney General or the Court to do anything. It creates a mechanism to ensure we protect taxpayers and to ensure that the rule of law is being followed to avoid confusing our constituents and saving tax dollars. And I think it lays it out pretty clear about the opportunity for resolution, providing 60 days and multiple opportunities after appeal. And then it specifically says after court action that the Attorney General then may move to withhold funds.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, courts don't always act within 60 days. So if they don't act within 60 days, any of our local governments could be suffering from not receiving those state shared revenues of the taxes generated in their own county. That is problematic in and of itself, not to mention just the arbitrary unilateral discretion of one individual to decide whether or not something is unconstitutional or not. If something blatantly violates Tennessee statute, that's pretty clear, or can be, I should say. But the interpretation, one individual's opinion about the violation of the state constitution is problematic to the extent it's going to cut off all of your state shared revenues in your county if they take an action such as trying to prevent someone from running for local office in direct contradiction of the state constitution. Your county is going to lose its state shared revenues. That is inherently problematic and creates a real problem for these governments, leaving them in limbo, budgetary and otherwise. So I guess my lot of problems with this, but the lack of clarification on what happens during that appeals time, and if the court hasn't acted within that 60-day window, what's going to happen with that money, and why isn't it going to be given back to the county, or at least not taken until after that time?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At bottom of page 2, it clearly states upon conclusion of the action, the final judgment of the court, final resolution of the appeal, then it goes into the withholding of funds. But the bottom line is, if a local government or a local municipality is not breaking state law or violating the state constitution, they have nothing to worry about.
Chairman Clemens.
Well, it clearly states that they can take it and hold it pending the outcome of that resolution, but that resolution doesn't always take place within that time period. That's the concern. And I just want to remind y'all, you know, you're not always going to have control of who the Attorney General is. So this is going to be the law, and you start losing your state shared revenues because one person decides that your city or your county has violated state constitution unilaterally, you're up the creek. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, this is the Attorney General and the reporter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, I appreciate you bringing this legislation because my friend from Davidson County likes to use words like this. Has already been challenged in the Court of Appeals. I don't think he understands what the word arbitrary means. And I want to make sure that I agree with what the purpose of the bill is. If there's a city in my district that decides to legalize driving under the influence, and obviously driving under the influence is a state law that you cannot do, but if they decide to do that for whatever reason, and defy state law, that means they could lose the dollars that are allocated to that city because they decide that their local laws to legalize drunk driving inside of a city can somehow trump what we decide here as state law. So doesn't your bill say state law, and even the local officials are supposed to follow that law? There's nothing arbitrary about that, correct?
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very well put. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, another bad bill. Is this, let me ask you the question. Is this some type of unfunded mandate or tax that you're trying to impose on local government?
Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Representative Miller.
Got this interesting philosophy in this Tennessee General Assembly when it comes to relationships between this General Assembly and the federal government. We basically say to them, kind of stay out of our business until we want you here. But that same relationships we have with our local governments, it's almost like a dictative type of approach. Do what we say when we say it. And then we take these extreme examples of when local government gets a little bit outside of the dictatorship of state law. This is a bad bill. There will be unintended consequences based on this legislation. To give you an example, recently, City of Memphis decided to put a resolution out there, give it to the citizens of Memphis, Shelby County, to vote on gun legislation, right? They knew it was non-binding. It had no real legal impact or effect. What this bill would say that if you did that again, anywhere in this state, you will be penalized. Is that correct?
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
You have to repeat the question, Representative Miller.
Representative Miller.
I'm not going to repeat the question. If you didn't hear it, that's your misfortune. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Boyd. Chairman Boyd, would your hand up earlier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question being called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1097 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Love, no. Williams, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Brock Martin, aye.
Ayes 73, 24 nays.
House Bill 1097 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 70, House Bill 1434 by Representative Shaw relative to Hardeman County.
Representative Shaw, you're recognized. Yeah. Representative Shaw, you're recognized. You're good. No, you're up. The applause wasn't for you. That's what they were saying.
mercy, have y'all quieted down a little bit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I move consideration of House Bill 1434 on third and final consideration. And let me say, this started out as a private act, and one of my good friends in the committee bumped it off, and it became a House bill. So I move passage.
Representative Shaw moves passage, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
No amendments filed.
Representative Shaw, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does, this started as a private act. Our county, our mayor and county commissioners are asking to be able to appropriate their budget on 92% rather than 85% of the taxes that they collect in the county. That's all this bill does. They want to pay some more bills, and so they want to get a little more money in the budget. With that explanation, I stand for any questions.
Representative Shaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the senior member, I apologize to my fellow members. I'm the one that bumped it, and I was just wanting to make sure that we wasn't bringing a new tax to his community. And again, Representative, I'm sorry, and I have all the respect for you in the world.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Leader Lamberth. Parliamentary inquiry. All right. There was nothing. Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again. Previous question, please.
Previous question because their objection. Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1434, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 15 nays, 3 present not voting.
House Bill 1434 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 71, House Bill 997 by Representative Stevens and others relative to public charter schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1018.
Representative Stevens moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1018, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1018 on third and final consideration.
Representative Stevens moves passage of Senate Bill 1018 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not the Senate bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for the further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of House Committee Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures that students in a county with an authorized charter school are not charged tuition or fees due to a transfer from another district within that county. And the bill also clarifies that a student who resides in a county with 2 LEAs is not considered out of district for the purposes of enrollment. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who's currently charging fees? What type of fees are you referring? Are you talking about tuition just to attend public school? Surely not.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a charter school wanted to charge tuition or admission fees to someone in that county that attends a municipal school district, those people are county taxpayers already too, so the county charter school would not be allowed to charge them the tuition or the fees. It does not apply to anyone coming in from outside the county, though.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
And this refers to any school-age child in that county should not have to pay tuition or fees.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who's going to school currently in a municipal LEA would not be charged tuition or fees to go to a county authorized charter school.
Representative Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All children of school age.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyone for that charter school, whatever grades they have, would not be charged the tuition or the fees.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is this specifically for Rutherford County only, or is it statewide application?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill applies statewide.
Representative Parkinson.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you read the part where it says where it applies at in the bill, if you don't mind? Okay, and can you explain what it does, what the bill does again? And I apologize.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me give you an example. It might help. You have a county that has an LEA. They all do. Some counties have city school districts within them as well. If you have a student attending school in a municipal school district who wants to go to a school that's authorized by the county charter school or by the county LEA, then the county would not be able to charge tuition or fees to the child coming from the city school district. Those kids are county taxpayers too.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for keeping it in Rutherford County. Truly appreciate you. You did by default, if you didn't notice that, because we don't have city schools, but I appreciate you.
Representative Stevens.
I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway.
Wrong bill, sir.
Okay. Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got a couple of questions. So aren't charter schools public schools?
Representative Stevens.
Yes, they are.
Representative Dixie.
Do we charge to go to public schools?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you have a situation where a charter school wants to charge tuition, or I guess an LEA for that matter, wants to charge tuition for someone coming from outside the county, they can do that by law if there's space available in their classrooms.
Representative Dixie.
Hey, but this bill specifically says that they're in the same county, just one is from a municipality going to a county school, correct?
Representative Stevens.
That is correct.
Representative Dixie.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1018 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Martin of Hamilton, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 1018, having received a constitutional majority of our clerk, passed by objection, most reach to table. Call it next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 72, House Bill 1162 by Representative Stevens and others, relative to public charter schools.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1162 on third and final consideration.
Representative Stevens moves passage by accepting. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for the explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies that a charter school authorized by a county LEA can operate within the boundaries of another LEA in that county. The bill also clarifies that students in a municipal LEA can be considered for enrollment in that county LEA. And this legislation only applies to counties that have one municipal LEA operating within their boundaries. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Oh, Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you. To the sponsor, this would not impact Shelby County, would it?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that Shelby County has more than one municipal LEA operating within it, and with that being the case, this bill would not apply to Shelby County.
Further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1162 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Martin of Hamilton, aye. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 22 nays.
House Bill 1162, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most for series table. Call the next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 73, House Bill 990 by Representative Terry and others relative to abortion.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1004.
1004. Chairman Terry moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1004, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1004 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 1004 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as the Senate amendment.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds clarification language to the Human Life Protection Act to assist in determining what conditions may cause serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function. I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question may call. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1004, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 18 nays, 4 present not voting.
Senate Bill 1004, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most for each series table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 74, House Bill 885 by Chairman Todd relative to meetings of governing bodies. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 212.
Chairman Todd moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 212, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 212 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage of Senate Bill 212 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 3.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate Amendment Number 3. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about increasing transparency of government. As amended, the bill expands the requirement of the Tennessee Open Meetings Act to make meeting agendas available to the public at least 48 hours in advance for certain boards and commissions, such as planning commissions, boards of zoning appeals, public utility boards, industrial development boards, housing authorities, airport authorities, election commissions, and budget committees of local legislative bodies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 212, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 212, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. The most for each series table. Call up the next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes Monday's regular calendar.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item number 23 on today's regular calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
Item 23, House Bill 1200 by Chairman Kumar and others relative to domestic violence.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1200 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment Number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, about 3 years ago, there was a tragedy in our small community. House Bill 1200 is named after Savannah, a young lady in our community that worked for the Sheriff's Department and was well-liked and progressed to the rank of patrol deputy. She started seeing a person, realized that there were some untoward tendencies in him, and did pull away. However, the person kept on hanging around a bit. She got concerned and discussed the possibility of getting a restraining order with her mom. Only 4 days later, before she had had time to do so, this man came and parked her truck in the driveway. He did not leave. Savannah got concerned as it got late, and she called the Sheriff's Department. She worked there, and of course, the workers there, co-workers knew her. But by the time the sheriff's deputies got there, this fellow had shot Savannah 9 times, killed her cat, and set the house on fire. This touched everybody's heart in our community, including the law enforcement themselves, who were her co-workers. You can imagine the mother's grief, whom I knew because mom's a nurse and she worked at the hospital with me. She took about 2 years to get over and organize her thoughts and life, and then she called me. I met with her in the district, and I did have the foresight to invite my wife to join us. The two mothers talked, and I basically listened. And it became apparent that if there was a registry for such violent offenders, Savannah, being involved with law enforcement, would have checked the matter and a tragedy could have been avoided. House Bill 1200 sets up this registry so that a person who has a second conviction for domestic violence is listed on the registry for 5 years at least, and then in an increasing manner, depending on subsequent convictions. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Oh, Leader Lambert. Chairman Kumar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that we are honored to have Savannah's family visiting us today. And my friends, let's join in Savannah's memory and have a moment of silence.
Thank you. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1200 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
House Bill 1200, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection and most agree to its table. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 22, today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Item 22, House Bill 1199 by Chairman Kumar and others relative to the Boards of Education. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0161.
Chairman Kumar moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 161, properly second without objection, so ordered. Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is brought by two local students who are taking a civic lesson and translating into a bill. House Bill 1199 asks that each local educational authority or LEA to adopt a policy and implement a policy so that a high school student is appointed to serve as an advisory, non-voting member of the school board at meetings that are open to the public. No compensation is planned, and participation is not mandatory for LEAs that already have a functioning advisory group. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion. Let me organize this a little differently. We also have the students who brought this bill to me, Mr. Brandon West and friends. They are visiting us in the gallery. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage of Senate Bill 161 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw and defer to the sponsor for the explanation.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
It's Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and refer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I once again renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 161 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 1 nay, 6 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 161, having received constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. Most read serious table. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 40, today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 979 by Chairman Williams, relative to health care.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of House Bill 979.
Chairman Williams moves passage. Park second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 979 amended would change a practice that has been in Tennessee for more than 50 years, allowing for the first time those counties with less than 105,000 population to be able to employ direct to the hospital 4 types of healthcare providers: anesthesiologists, emergency room physicians, pathologists, and radiologists. This bill is extremely important to me and my district because the challenges of trying to develop a workforce and still build community around providing healthcare across the state is really important. This also paves the way for a ratio of AAs to be managed practice underneath anesthesiologists. With that, it also does apply to children's hospitals across the state as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the sponsor for his work on this and the stakeholders that have put their time and effort in this piece of legislation and with the amendment that we've put forth that everybody has come to an agreement on. So I do want to thank your work. Just for the members to know that I'm going to end up having to blue light this because of my conflict. The sponsor knows that, and I've done that throughout the process, but that's the only reason why I'm doing that. But thank you, guys. Thank the sponsor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 979 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Chisholm, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 72, 5 nays, 11 present, not voting.
House Bill 979 has received a constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call it next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to item 1, House Bill 327 by Chairman Bolso and others, relative to months of observance. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 503.
Chairman Bolso moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 503 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 503 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Bolso moves passage of Senate Bill 503 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, next year we get to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of our Declaration of Independence. This bill simply seeks to designate the months of June, July, and August on Tennessee's calendar as the months of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in celebration of those three unalienable rights about which Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Bolso renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And look, my Constitution right here, right, and our Declaration of Independence is great. And I'm looking forward to celebrating as well. But in your legislation, I don't know if this was amended out, whereas it is appropriate to celebrate the right to life during June, because it was on June 24, 2022, that the Supreme Court of the United States decided the case of Dobbs v. Jackson, Women's Health Organization, 597 U.S. 215, 2022. And I have to say to you, sponsor, I think when those words were written, they weren't thinking about a woman losing her right to the freedom to choose what happens to her own body. And so the idea that in your explanation, you missed that portion of what you're trying to do in our state is something that I take issue with. And one of the reasons that I won't be supporting this, because it's sort of the foundational principles as I understand them, and I know you and I have quite a different understanding of them, give people the freedom to choose, gives people the liberty to live the lives that they choose to live, hopefully without encumbering upon another person's. But what we do here oftentimes is antithetical or even anti-constitutional. In fact, I think there's some legislation that's been brought forward going against what the United States Supreme Court has said as it relates to immigrant children and public education. And so I think it's disingenuous to have legislation now praising the Supreme Court, while at the exact same time, this body is seeking to pass legislation that is against a precedent of the Supreme Court as it relates to children's right to public education. And so I think when we care about, and you all say that you care about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that can't be something that is restrictive to just a certain group of people or a certain ideology. I think if you want to celebrate the diversity of our communities, if you want to celebrate the reality that we all are representing 7 million plus people from diverse backgrounds, beliefs, religions, sexual orientations, political beliefs, if you want to do that, that's something that I would be willing to support. But to have legislation or a resolution saying we're celebrating the 250th year of our country, but you're couching that in a certain political ideology, leads to a furthering, in my opinion, of division, leads to a furthering of viewpoint discrimination, and isn't something that I'd be willing to support. Thank you.
Chairman Bosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my good friend from Shelby County, I'll simply point out that the historical record actually supports the notion that the term person, as used back at the time of our founding, included the unborn, which obviously was the focus of the Dobbs case. And I'll also point out that the term person in 1868, when the 14th Amendment was adopted, also, according to Blackstone and other legal commenters, referred to an unborn child. So we, I think, very appropriately mentioned Dobbs in this resolution because Dobbs reversed Roe versus Wade, which was obviously decided back on January the 22nd of 1973. And between those two cases, our country suffered the loss of over 60 million unborn children. So the notion that we celebrate life in June because of Dobbs, in part, I think is entirely appropriate.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And when Thomas Jefferson was writing those words, we know the paradox of America, right? That at the same time that you have folks talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we have the rape of millions of people, particularly Black, African-American, enslaved folks who were actually forced to have children of their rapists, much like we have now in the state of Tennessee because of the laws that we have passed here. And so it's a lot of paradoxes, but one of the things that I think you don't want to fail to mention is when writing the words life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it was to throw off a tyrant. It was folks getting together to end the tyranny of a king, a monarchy. And in this moment in time, that is something that we need to reflect on. That is something that we do need to stand up and to fight against, because the ideals and ideas of this nation are being thwarted, are being attacked, are being challenged. But what you have articulated, I believe, is incorrect.
Chairman Bosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll renew my motion.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. I guess it's cute that June is Life Month because of Dobbs and July is Liberty. Well, liberty is nice if you can get it. If you're a woman in Tennessee, there is no liberty. There is no freedom because you don't have bodily autonomy. Most men in this state have complete autonomy over their bodies, but the folks who don't in this state are women, and we are not equal if we do not have autonomy over our own bodies. And so the reality is, this is for some, but not for all. And there's also the LGBTQIA plus community in this state that don't get to live their authentic lives as well without us trying to tell them how to live and what's appropriate. So until every single person in this state has the right to bodily autonomy, this is nonsense.
Chairman Bosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberty is actually having the freedom to do that which is right. No one has a right to kill an unborn child. There is no such liberty that exists on the face of the planet.
Representative Johnson.
You know that a child is already been born, right? And you can understand there is an embryo and there is a fetus. And so I'm sorry, but we can disagree. If you want to say, again, with your, it's with your personhood bill, if you want to freeze yourself and come back next year, I'll vote for it. But if that doesn't work out, then you're wrong.
Chairman Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll simply thank my good friend and colleague from Knox County. I think it's important to continue to raise the level of debate in this chamber, and that we also all treat each other with respect and without insults at every time and with every opportunity.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Honestly, I did not intend an insult, but if you're arguing that a fertilized egg is life, we can put it in the freezer for 10 years and it comes out fine. We can't do that with a person. We can't do that with a baby. So it's different. And that's not an insult to you. I'm stating facts. And I'm telling you that if we can freeze ourselves and come back, I'll change my mind.
Chairman Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not my definition of life. It's one that the state has adopted many times, as we discussed last week. You can look at 63-6-1102. It defines what an unborn child is from fertilization through birth. You can look at 39-15-213. It says the same thing. An unborn child is a child from fertilization through birth. You can look at 39-13-107, which defines a person to include an embryo. You can look at 39-13-214 and see precisely the same thing. Likewise, our wrongful death statute 20-5-106 defines a person as an unborn child at any stage of gestation in utero. So it's not, my good friends, my definition of life. It's the definition that's been affirmed repeatedly by this body and by the state of Tennessee.
Representative Hardaway. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Johnson, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Well, again, there are many laws we have currently on the books here that you're trying to change, and constitutions that you're trying to change. So I could cite a lot of those numbers too, but that doesn't mean it's right.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, I would agree, sponsor, that the principles, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are worth celebrating. But the context that you placed them in your resolution, give me pause. When you reference, for instance, 1776, we know that that was a great date for those who were of influence, that had affluence, and you were a white male. We know that the ability for all citizens came in increments. We know that you didn't put all of those dates in your resolution to celebrate those principles. So I think that having it out of context, it kind of disturbs me. I don't like the fact that you referenced in your celebration of life the case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, when for me, the life of the born is very important. The life of women, the life of young women, the life of children who would be forced to bear, babies, forced to bear babies because of incest or rape. I just can't understand why you took the principles and then twisted them so that it makes it something I cannot vote for. I wish you had left it plain and simple and celebrated the principles and not made it political. I'd be interested in your response, a brief response.
Chairman Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, I can say two things. One, when I think of life, I necessarily think of the unborn, because I think all of the scientific evidence, all of the persuasive philosophical arguments that can be made indicate that life begins at fertilization. And so the unborn include those who are within the term life. And so I think it's appropriate that we celebrate all life in June. I'll concede your historical point. Obviously, the Declaration was written in 1776, but 11 years later, when we adopted the Constitution, we had a preamble that begins, "We the people, in order to form a more perfect union." Our union was not perfect in 1776. It wasn't perfect in 1787. It's not perfect today. But by celebrating these principles, my hope is that we will get closer and closer to that perfect union that our founders wrote about.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And I dare say that we agree that we are on the road to a more perfect union. However, I don't believe that this map will get us there. We disagree. You stated that it was scientific fact that life begins at conception. That is not scientific fact for me. That is not scientific fact for millions of women, not just around the United States of America, but around the world. So let's have an honest discussion about what is unanimously accepted as scientific fact versus what is still in debate. So with that, I thank you for engaging me, sir. It's always a pleasure, but I cannot vote for this resolution. In fact, I think it would better be suited as a memorial. Thank you.
Chairman Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing further.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question may call. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of Senate Bill 503, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member which changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 70, 22 nays.
Senate Bill 503, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 708 by Chairman Sapicki, relative to the State Board of Education subpoena power. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on the desk.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 688.
Chairman Sapicki moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 688 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Sapicki.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 688 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Sapicki moves passage of Senate Bill 688 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the State Board of Education already has subpoena power in regards to for the appearance of persons or the production of items, including but not limited to documents, videos, and audio recordings. A year ago, we passed a bill here, TCA Code 493112C, that LEAs that have D or F schools have to come to the State Board of Education for a hearing. And what this bill does is it extends subpoena power to the State Board of Education to include accountability hearings conducted by the State Board for any local education agency, like I said, operating a public school or any public charter school receiving a D or F letter grade. That's what the bill does. I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Sapicki renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker, and I apologize, sponsor, didn't get a chance to speak to you in advance. How would subpoenas be enforced, and are there penalties included?
Chairman Speaker, you recognize.
I don't have a clear answer on that, but I'm assuming because the State Board of Education already has subpoena power in TCA Code 495415, that's already lined out.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 688, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, is any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 67, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 688, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. Most for consider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 182, with Chairman Halsey, a resolution designate June 2025 as Nuclear Family Month in Tennessee.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption of HJR 182.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a young lady in college in my district who's working on her master's. Her name is Lakey Derrick. And she wrote this resolution and brought it to me and asked if I would run it. And I said I would indeed. And what the resolution does is it just states the importance of the nuclear family and how it was foundational from the very beginning all the way back to Adam and Eve. And it celebrates that and designates the month of June of this year, 2025, as Nuclear Family Month. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I understand that the intent of this resolution was not to de-emphasize the value that other families have, but I rise as someone that didn't come from a nuclear family, that came from a single parent household because my father passed away, and having to grow up in an environment where families look different than mine is really hard, especially when you're going to school, especially when you have father-daughter dances, when you have other things that already celebrate nuclear families. And it marginalizes people like me whose families, no fault of their own. My dad died when I was 8. My little brother, my mom was pregnant when my dad died. My little brother never met my dad. So in your resolution, when you say fatherless families are 4 times more likely to live in poverty than married couple families, children without fathers are 10 times more likely to abuse chemical substances, children from fatherless homes are more likely to have mental health and behavioral issues, 60% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes, and it goes on to state what other statistics are of people that grow up with fatherless homes. But we need to remember that words have power, and that you were talking about my family and my siblings. So I think that we should take these words seriously and celebrate all families, whether you have one dad, whether you have no father, whether you grew up with your grandparents. And I think this doesn't put value on those families. And before I finish, I just want to say to the Tennesseans that don't come from nuclear families, you are in charge of your destiny, and you can make it, because I know I'm not the only person here that comes from a single parent household. So I think that I will be voting against this, and I will ask other members to vote against it, because it does not celebrate the diversities that our Tennessean families represent.
Chairman Halsey, you recognized.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Representative Martin of Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? Seeing there's one, seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 182, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Lafferty, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 18 nays, one present, not
House
voting.
House Joint Resolution 182, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll item 4, 10 spaces on today's calendar.
Without objection, item 4, roll 10 spaces on today's count. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 5, House Bill 1010 by Chair Lady Moody, relative to removal of officers. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0655.
Representative Moody moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 655 without objection. So ordered. Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0655 on third and final consideration.
Representative Moody moves passage of Senate Bill 655 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, there have been some cases where the locally elected district attorney has recused themselves to avoid potential conflicts of interest. And this bill will simply add language to explicitly allow District Attorney General to appoint another District Attorney General or an assistant to that DA to conduct the removal actions. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Moody renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 655, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 13 nays.
Senate Bill 655 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 527 by Representative Scarborough and others, relative to parole. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Scarborough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 055.
Representative Scarborough moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 455 without objection. So ordered. Representative Scarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of SB 455 on third and final consideration.
Representative Scarborough moves passage of Senate Bill 455 on third and final consideration. Property second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Scarborough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, parole can be denied if a parole board determines that releasing the inmate would undermine the seriousness of the crime and promote disrespect for the law. However, this cannot be done on the sole basis of denying parole unless the inmate is sentenced to one of 22 specific offenses. This legislation takes away the requirement that the inmate must be serving a sentence for a specific crime, allows the two factors above to be the sole basis for denying parole. And purposes provisions to uphold public confidence in the justice system and ensure that serious crimes are not taken lightly. With that, sir, I renew my motion.
Representative Scarborough renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
This question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 455, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 16 nays.
Senate Bill 455 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 587 by Representative Scarborough and others, relative to racketeering activity. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Scarborough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 0657.
Representative Scarborough moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 657 without objection. So ordered. Representative Scarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of SB 657 on third and final consideration.
Representative Scarborough moves passage of Senate Bill 657 on third and final consideration. By second, Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Scarborough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, the General Assembly wisely amended the Racketeering Influence and Corruption Act of 1989 by adding multiple offenses to the crimes. It includes statutory definition of racketeering activity. The bill simply adds 3 more crucial offenses to that list, and the bill will give law enforcement district attorneys the tools they need to disrupt and dismantle criminal gang organizations and conspiracies against that. Mr. Speaker, with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Scarborough renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 657, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? McCallum, aye. Mr. Clerk, Hill, aye. It's not. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 2 nays, 4 present on vote.
Senate Bill 657 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 672 by Representative Scarborough relative to industrial development corporations. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Scarborough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform SB 758.
Representative Scarborough moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 758 without objection. So ordered. Representative Scarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 758 on third and final consideration.
Representative Scarborough moves passage of Senate Bill 758 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Scarborough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The remediation site, East Tennessee Technology Park, located in Oak Ridge and in the city of Oak Ridge, has recently established a new entity to serve as a nonprofit that will manage parcels of property located on the site. This bill simply updates current law to ensure that the newly established Oak Ridge Corridor Development Corporation can be authorized to carry out these duties. With that, sir, I renew my motion.
Representative Scarborough renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 758, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Sparks, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 79, 9 nays, 2 present on voting.
Senate Bill 758 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 888 by Chairman Todd relative to certain political campaign committees.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on House Bill 888 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments have been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill prohibits foreign nationals from making a donation, expenditure, or solicitation to influence a constitutional amendment measure. It also prohibits them from directing or controlling the decision-making process of a Tennessean in the process of a constitutional amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Chairman Todd, would this exclude an organization like APAC, for example, from making donations to candidates in the state of Tennessee?
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This deals with constitutional amendments only in that process. So any foreign national or a foreign government, foreign entity cannot make donations or solicitations or expenditures for a constitutional amendment, for or against.
Representative Bain.
So when we have a constitutional amendment on the ballot, like for example in 2026, it would remove the ability for foreign entities to become involved in those campaigns. Is that correct?
Chairman Todd.
That is correct.
Representative Bain.
Follow-up question. I know we have an established Israel-Tennessee caucus. What would be the involvement of an entity like that in, say, a constitutional amendment campaign or any type of statewide campaign?
Chairman Todd.
As far as U.S. citizens, there's no prohibition on U.S. citizens, no matter what organization they belong to. If they're a member of a caucus, for example, and I'm not sure if that gets to your question. Obviously, the state of Israel in that your scenario would not be able to influence or spend money or do anything like that on our constitutional amendment process.
Representative Bain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill in no way creates a penalty for knowingly revealing the name of a dark money donor?
Chairman Todd.
The only thing that this deals with donors is related to lawful donors of tax-exempt organizations. They have a right to privacy, and we're not breaching that right.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, but in the latter part of this, it talks of knowing or willful violations of this subsection are punishable as a Class A misdemeanor.
Chairman Todd.
That is for revealing lawful donors of a tax-exempt organization and we protect those already.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, but I'm just getting to, I asked you the specific question in full committee. Did this do anything other than those foreign donors? And your answer to me was no, knowing that was in there, and I take exception with that.
Chairman Todd.
If you asked something like that and I did not answer accurately, I must have misunderstood your question, because even what you just asked me, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're getting at. So there was no intention in misleading you. Obviously, the bill was on your desk during committee, so you had the wording, you could read it. If there was some issue with that, a specific phrase or something, you could have pointed to that, and I don't recall what you're referring to know that you did that, sir. So if I misled you, I certainly apologize.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was your bill. I just thought you may know the language. Sorry.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 888, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 15 days.
House Bill 888, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 10, House Bill 1134 by Chairman Boyd, relative to veterans. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 948.
Chairman Boyd moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 948, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 948 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 948 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
All right. Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 948 is permissive and would allow municipal governments to partner with nonprofit agencies to provide property tax relief if the nonprofit is providing affordable housing to low-income households, so long as 30% of it was for homeless veterans. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 948, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Carries aye.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 948, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 49, today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Mr. Speaker, item 49, House Bill 977 by Representative Burkhart, relative to retirement. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 953.
Representative Burkhart moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 953, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 953 on third and final consideration.
Representative Burkhart moves passage of Senate Bill 953 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, committee amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is what we refer to as bridge benefits from the TCRS for employees in this, for public safety employees in the public safety sector. And what this bill allows is for, right now, they're allowed to draw 7 years from 55 to 62. All this bill does is allow them to go to 67 years old if they stay till they're 60. So they still get their 7 years, because right now they have to stop at age 62 no matter when they retire. So with this, I renew my motion.
Representative Burkhart renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 953 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 953 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 54 in today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 54, House Bill 627 by Chairman Crawford, relative to occupancy tax. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0629.
Chairman Crawford moves substitute form Senate Bill 629, probably seconded without objection, so ordered. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0629 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage of Senate Bill 629 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House, State, and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is add some definitions into the TCA that deals with tourism. It defines tourism development, tourism promotion, and the actual word tourist. It will also put a cap of 8% of cumulative of the taxes. So right now, if your city has 4% on theirs and your county has 4%, then that would be the cap. They couldn't take that up anymore. That's what this bill does. Thank you.
Chairman Crawford renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that last year there was a bill passed that allowed the cities and the counties to combine to get, is there any way under current law, if they both are at 8%, that they could exceed that without this bill would cap it at 8%. But under current law, could they be in excess of 8%?
Chairman Crawford.
I'm sure they could probably do a private act and send it up here and we would consider it.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 629 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 2 nays, 7 present on vote.
Senate Bill 629 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 20 at this time on today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 20, House Bill 1242 by Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, relative to 340B entities. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1414.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves. I got you. Hang on one second. Moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1414, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hilton Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1414 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 1414 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With bipartisan support, Congress enacted the 340B drug discount program. It was established in 1992. The 340B program allows eligible healthcare providers called covered entities to purchase outpatient drugs at discounted rates to stretch federal resources, increase access, and provide comprehensive care to the most vulnerable patients, the low income, underinsured, and uninsured. This bill, as amended, does several things. First, it ensures that drug manufacturers cannot interfere with or restrict safety net providers' contract pharmacy arrangements, including limiting access to these pharmacies, which are lifelines for patients in rural and underserved areas of the state. Second, the bill protects 340B covered entities from excessive data requests from drug manufacturers as a condition for 340B drug access. Manufacturers would be precluded from trying to shift the program from an upfront discount to a post-sales rebate model, which would create unbearable financial burdens on our safety net providers. Third, rather than the Department of Commerce and Insurance and the Attorney General sharing dual oversight authority over enforcement, the bill vests the enforcement of the bill with the Attorney General's office. Second, the amendment allows pharmaceutical companies to keep any contract pharmacy restrictions that are in place as of June 1st. So pharmaceutical companies would not be allowed to pose any new restrictions on contract pharmacy locations following June 1st. It also includes language to ensure that savings from the 340B program will be utilized in a manner that adheres to all applicable federal and state laws regarding immigration, citizenship status, abortion, and transgender care for minors. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1414 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 4 nays, 4 present.
Senate Bill 1414 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most for exterior table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to item 11, House Bill 25 by Chairman Sapicki.
Chairman Sapicki, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request this be rolled to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1270 by Representative Cochran relative to freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Cochran, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
That brings us to item 14, House Bill 910 by Representative Garrett relative to human rights.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 910 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill, and I defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Lafferty moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2. Probably second. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Leader Camper, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I was feverishly looking for my amendment. What this amendment does, number one, is it, with respect to moving the Human Rights Commission to the AG's office, this pushes the date to July 1, 2026. And I think that generally when an organization either goes away or is moved somewhere else, there's some wind down period. In this case, I think there needs to be an orderly transition. They have cases that are open that they need to finish. It'll be a smooth handoff between the HRC and the AG's office. We want to make sure that people who have cases pending, that nothing gets lost, that we allow them to close it out, because sometimes when these cases are waiting on things to come, they're waiting on confirmation, they're waiting on a process, the case manager or the lawyer that's handling the case need to see it through without any interruption. So what I would like for us to think about is a methodical, pragmatic transition. So this would push the date, give them time to wind down, close out cases, and give a smooth handoff to the department. Oh, sorry, move adoption.
Leader Camper moves adoption of amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Move previous question on the amendment.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? The mayor's changed vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 68 nays.
Amendment number 3 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 910 moves the enforcement of the Tennessee Civil Rights Law from the Human Rights Commission to the Attorney General's Division, and it creates the Civil Rights Enforcement Division under the AG. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, sponsored, will the staff also move with the Attorney General's office, or what happens with the current team that's already there?
Representative Garrett.
The positions that are currently with the Human Rights position will transfer over to the underneath the AG's office. The positions will.
Representative Harris.
But not the staff, the actual people that are in those positions currently.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you for the question. I don't know that any statute in our particular code that names any particular person that would be an employee of the state. So there's no way for me to answer that other than the positions from the Human Rights Commission will transfer over to the AG.
Representative Harris.
Thank you so much. Is the intent to make sure that those individuals also go over to the Attorney General's office as well?
Representative Garrett.
The intent of the legislation is for the Human Rights Commission and its enforcement provisions are transferred to the Attorney General. That's the intent of the legislation.
Representative Harris.
Thank you.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. What's the genesis of this bill, sir?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, I intended to create, file, draft, and assistance of our legal department and filed a piece of legislation by the filing deadline. That's the genesis of the legislation.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I was hoping to have a real conversation with you, sir. I'll ask you again, what's the genesis of this bill?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the same answer. The genesis is filing a bill just like we always do. If you'd like to clarify your question, I'll be glad to engage in any conversation you want to have about the legislation.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. I'm just a layman, not a lawyer, especially a scholarly and skilled lawyer as yourself, sir. But my son is. He's a brilliant lawyer. And I get a chance every now and then to bounce things off of him. One of the questions that I need answered is, how will the actual mission of the Human Rights Commission be improved by shifting it to the AG's office?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The entire function, its powers, its enforcement ability, nothing changes except it's under the new Division of Civil Rights Enforcement under the AG. So none of its responsibilities, none of its actions, none of its enforcements, none of its powers change, other than it'll now be under the Civil Rights Enforcement Division of the AG's office.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. I dare say that's not correct. For some reason, I think the politics that has already infected the AG's office will find its way into the enforcement of Title VI and any other public policies that are enforced by the Human Rights Commission. I can think of no legitimate reason for shifting the independence and autonomy of the Human Rights Commission to the AG's office, except to make it susceptible to the politics of the AG's office. So that's regrettable. And I think for this to be on the same day that we passed a resolution by one of the other, brought forth by one of our other colleagues, Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness. I see all of that going down the drain quickly with these related pieces of legislation. If you care to comment on that briefly.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if that's a question that you've asked me regarding what the politics looks of this, but I can tell you this, is that the office of our Attorney General is very good at its job. It's very good at investigating and prosecuting crimes. It's very good at prosecuting sex trafficking. It's very good at prosecuting those that are in our capacity pursuing official misconduct. They're very good at pursuing white-collar crimes. They're very good at pursuing firearms offenses. They're very good at, in fact, the Attorney General prosecuted a case and secured a life sentence for a racially motivated murder of a Shelby County Code officer. His work in that area garnered him the Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service in 2010. And if you knew who the Attorney General was at that time during 2010, it was none other than the Eric Holder, who represents some of the members here. So what the Attorney General does is make sure that those that discriminate against anyone in this state is going to pursue to the best of his and his staff and his office ability to make sure they investigate, adjudicate timely those claims, and provide damages to those that have been discriminated against. And I can think no better division to make sure they do that. If someone decides to discriminate in Tennessee, that our Attorney General will fight for that person to make sure, one, they are righted, and two, that that discrimination in this state will cease. I hope by doing this, by transferring this power to our Attorney General, that discrimination cases in Tennessee will no longer be.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you said that they're going to be transferred to the Office of Civil Rights Enforcement. Is that an existing office, or will that office be created with these? I know we say we don't put individuals in statute, but with these individuals and their roles populated within this new division within the Mammoth AG's office?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. It's my understanding that the Human Rights Commission and the AG's office have cooperated in that very question to make sure how these positions can be utilized in order to properly investigate, adjudicate, and bring to a conclusion these acts of discrimination.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today, You know, I've had several individuals contact me with issues that go through the Human Rights Commission, and we have conversations back and forth with that staff. Is it your understanding that once this responsibility is transferred to the AG, the General Assembly now has no oversight over how these civil rights enforcement office activities occur?
Representative Garrett.
As with everything else that.
I got you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can't have one thing and have the other, right? When one representative says we want a completely independent Human Rights Commission and then we don't want any oversight. If it's completely independent, we don't have any oversight. We do have oversight over the AG's office. We do have, if they report to us at budget hearings or whatnot and they see they're not doing this job, this can be removed from their particular division. I have every confidence in the staff. I have every confidence in our AG. I have every confidence in every lawyer that works for that staff, that regardless of whatever politics we want to play today, that no one deserves to be discriminated against in this state. And if they know the Attorney General is now responsible for prosecuting those cases outside any private action they may or may not have, that's going to be the full force and effect of this state to go after those discrimination claims.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be clear. We have I'll make a statement. We have zero authority over the AG's office. Zero. Period. As established today, the Human Rights Commission, they report to us what they're doing and how they're doing it. That evaporates. So I don't want to mince words. That goes away, and there's a danger in that. There's a danger. As you talk about our AG, I can't think of one publicly disclosed case where he's done what you're saying, Eric Holder and these other folks are doing. It doesn't exist. That's not where we are today. And what's going to happen when we transfer this body to a ginormous organization that's getting fatter every day is it's going to disappear. As you talked in committee, you talked about increasing their oversight. You talked about more effective and doing away with all discrimination. It's not going to happen with this move. It's going to be lost in oblivion. And I hope that's not what our intention as an assembly here today is doing. So I want to be clear. We don't control the AG. And it's my fear that that's the reason that this piece of legislation is before us. There's going to be a big lump under the carpet, and that's going to be all of these cases, and it's going to go into a black hole. And we can't ask anymore. It disappears. And maybe that makes some folks happy, but that's not the way this great state should operate. We're not there yet. There's a lot of conversation and a lot of bills thinking that we're there. We're not. People are discriminated for all manner of reasons. I think there's one or two that pops into people's heads, and that puts that tunnel or that blinder in front of them. If you look at what this body, the Human Rights Commission has done in the cases that they look at, these are some serious, egregious activities that they're evaluating for relevance. We're going to disappear. With this piece of legislation, we're no longer going to be able to hear about it. Thank you.
Representative Garrett. Okay. Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 73, 23 nays.
Previous question prevailed. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 910 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 23 nays.
House Bill 910 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 811 by Chairman Grills relative to charitable organizations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0227.
Chairman Grills moves substitute form Senate Bill 227, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on Senate Bill 227 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Grills moves passage of Senate Bill 227 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a public safety bill in keeping with the Trump administration's renewed focus on illegal immigration. What we're doing with this bill is anyone who is a victim of crime committed by an illegal alien will have a private right of action against any NGO that has assisted the illegal alien with housing in the community. And housing in this bill is defined as long-term living accommodations or a rental home, and includes assistance with obtaining or signing a lease for an apartment or a rental home. This does not include temporary overnight housing, storm shelters, or homeless shelters. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Grills renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Oh. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 24 nays.
Previous question prevailed. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 227 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 227 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed. Without objection, most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 4. Item 4, House Bill 1432 by Representative Leatherwood, relative to the city of Bartlett.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1432 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, any amendment's been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local bill, a charter change brought to me from the city of Bartlett. It establishes that the offices of mayor and alderman are limited to a maximum of 3 4-year terms. Thank you. I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Vaughn. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Any objections? Hear none. All those in favor of House Bill 1432 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 7 nays.
House Bill 1432 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to item 16. Item 16, House Bill 535 by Chairman Hasted, relative to retirement. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Hasted, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 510.
Chairman Hasted moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 510, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hasted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 510 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hasted moves passage of Senate Bill 510 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hasted, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Department of Treasury TCRS housekeeping bill that makes some improvements, many of which are with the intent to help the Tennessee Code comply with federal laws. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hasted renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 510, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any members changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 510 having received Constitution majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider stable. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1002 by Chairman Haston, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on the desk.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 827. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1003.
1003. Oh, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Chairman Haston moved to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1003, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1003 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage of Senate Bill 1003 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw. Defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent regulatory changes for Category 3 schools had some unintended consequences that created issues with their online students completing their high school diploma. Some of these involved class size requirements, school calendar days requirement, and vaccination requirements. This bill will just simply correct those unintended consequences. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1003, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1003, having received a Constitution majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider stable. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1003 by Chairman Haston, relative to non-public schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate Bill's on the desk.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 827.
Chairman Haston moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 827, probably seconded without objection. So Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 827 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage of Senate Bill 827 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdraw. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If an approved universal screener is already being used by an LEA, then a pre-K teacher may use the screener results for their evaluation purposes. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thinking of getting the bills here. Hold on one second. Okay. This bill that I have is about a self-paced education program and allowing folks not to comply with class size requirements and things like that. That's what I got in the system. Is that wrong?
Chairman Haston.
Repeat that question. What bill?
Representative Pearson.
Is HB 1003, SB 827?
Chairman Haston.
Yes, that's what we're on right now.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, I think the bill that you mentioned, the one that we just voted on, was actually about the one you just presented on. This one, in order to operate in this state as an approved Category 3 non-public school, the State Board of Education shall not require a private school that provides a fully online self-paced educational program that is accredited by the Distance Education Accreditation Commission and that is regionally accredited by one of the Category 3 regional accrediting agencies identified in the policy of the state to comply with class sizes, operate a schedule that's similar to public schools, comply with the vaccinations.
Chairman Haston.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, this 1002, 1003, 1002 did get me switched up there, and you are correct. On this one, this is the one dealing with recent regulatory changes for Category 3 schools. This bill is simply trying to get where we're not having to deal with those unintended consequences of those students not being able to have high school graduation. I appreciate the clarification on that.
Representative Pearson.
No problem. That's actually why I voted present on the last bill, because it looked like from what I was reading that you were on the wrong one. On this one, for students who are not vaccinated but are online, are they able to go to a public school and, for instance, participate in sports and something without being vaccinated?
Chairman Haston.
The LEAs will still be able to require them to be vaccinated if they're having any kind of public interaction or any kind of public school activities like in sports. That is correct.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. The one change as it relates not to the class requirements, but to the operating schedule, it says they won't have to maintain an operating schedule that includes the minimum number of instructional days or minimum number of instructional hours per school day required of public schools in Chapter 6, Part 30 of this title. That concerns me. How are we ensuring the same level of instruction time or quality of instruction time as public schools if we are no longer requiring that with this change?
Chairman Haston.
That pace has been dictated in some of these category rules for several years. So far, we haven't had any issues with them being able to meet the requirements, and that's why we did keep the testing portion in there to make sure that we don't see any dip in their accountability.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 827 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 14 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 827 has received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 34 at this time, today's calendar.
Without objection. Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized. Oh, sorry, Mr. Clerk, you're
Mr. Speaker, that's 194 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized 1,000 times strong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I just demonstrated why no one ever offered me an NIL deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0536.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 536 by second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 536 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 536 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman White moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 194 and Senate Bill 536 is this year's update to our state's name, image, and likeness laws that protect our athletes, protect our school institutions. As everyone knows, this is a rapidly evolving landscape. NIL is the law of the land through court decisions, but what we need to do here with our state is make sure that our institutions and our athletes are protected. And through this, we're also protecting our state's sovereign immunity by working with the Attorney General's office. And so this is this year's update, and stay tuned. I'm sure there'll be another one next year. I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews motion. Any discussion on bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 536 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, non-nays 8, present not voted.
Senate Bill 536, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most for exterior table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 968 by Chairman Hawk, relative to regulated consumable products. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 763.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 763, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 763 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 763 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Lafferty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment Number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 2, filed as House Amendment 3.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Chairman Hicks, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is a technical change that will give the ABC more flexibility to use enforcement funds. Move to adopt.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption of Amendment Number 4, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question will be on the board. All those in favor of adopting Amendment Number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, Littleton, aye. Yeah. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, 2 present not voted.
Amendment Number 4 is adopted. On the bill, you want on the bill? Oh, yeah. Chairman Hicks, you're recognized. Oh, next minute, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the Finance Committee Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced Senate Bill 763 to address the serious public health concerns of vaping, especially among our youngest Tennesseans who have become addicted to vapes. Much like most pieces of legislation that we address, this bill is not perfect, but it certainly is a very good bill. All parties are disappointed at some point in time and with some facets of this legislation, but I believe we have a bill that we can live with. Our school systems, our school resource officers, our juvenile court judges, our law enforcement, our healthcare professionals, district attorneys, just to name a few interested parties, have asked this legislative body to give them some help as they've been fighting against the scourge of youth vaping for nearly a decade. I want to state this very clearly, and I may even reiterate it a few times during the conversation. Products that are currently legal in Tennessee will continue to be legal moving forward. As we've seen the machinations of the amendments on the piece of legislation, I'll give you an idea of what we're doing. We are requiring all vapor products manufactured to submit a form each year to the State Department of Revenue certifying that manufacturers follow the FDA regulations in creating vapes. Once again, the FDA regulations in creating vape products. We will require all consumable vapor products sold in Tennessee to be manufactured at an FDA registered facility or at an overseas facility registered with FDA. We ban consumable vapor products produced in a foreign adversarial country. We are taxing the sale of all vapor products at 10% at the wholesale cost level. We are prohibiting advertising and marketing of vapor products to anyone under the age of 21. Ads for vape products would not be allowed to feature cartoons, animated or fictional characters, or anything that could appeal to children. We are prohibiting billboard advertising of vape products within 1,000 feet of schools, churches, public playgrounds, child care centers, and substance abuse recovery facilities. We are promoting universal carding to ensure that someone who purchases these vape products is over the age of 21. We are establishing fines for shortcomings of this legislation anywhere between $2,500 and $20,000 for sale of vape products to anyone under the age of 21. And as Chairman Hicks mentioned in his last amendment, we're clarifying the language that gives administration and enforcement power of the new regulations to the Tennessee Alcoholic Beverage Commission. This bill would take effect on July 1 for the taxation portion of it. If approved, business owners currently in the vape business have until 2027 to be compliant with the new regulations. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker and members, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for this great piece of legislation. Members, I had an amendment that was going to go on this bill that worked with the member who put the other omnibus amendment on. And when I asked a question in the committee, was my amendment included in that? I was told yes, mistakenly. We both have talked about it and don't think it's the right place to try to put another amendment on the House floor here. But I just want everybody to know what my intent was, and I plan on bringing it back next year. Many of these places are predatory. They are intentionally advertising to our children and the children of Tennessee a highly addictive and dangerous product, and they are putting them within feet of our schools. They are putting signage up that my own children drove by and asked me if we could go to the new candy store because it looks like it's a candy store. And while this bill addresses a lot of that, I believe that we should limit where these standalone vape stores are placed to outside of 1,000 feet of K-12 institutions, churches, daycares. And again, I plan on bringing a piece of legislation back next year that does just that. But with that, thank you for this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Chairman Hawk.
And thank you, Representative Freeman. Points well taken. And for any confusion that occurred, I apologize. I apologize. And I do at this moment want to thank Deputy Speaker Zachary, Assistant Leader Cochran, all the folks on Finance Committee who have done yeoman's work when they didn't really have to be doing yeoman's work on this. I want to thank all those members who have spent countless hours, weekends working on this piece of legislation. And thank you. And I'll renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hawk, I support your legislation, but I was just curious about, two questions. The penalties would be between $2,500 and $20,000. Why is that such a difference or a stretch between the penalties and the fines?
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll get to the section of code there as it's written up. Representative Miller, the $2,500 fine is for the first offense, and a fine of $20,000 and loss of licensure for any subsequent offense. So that would be a second or further offense would be the $20,000. We're serious about this and not selling these products to minors. So we're putting exceptional teeth into this legislation, and that's the dollar figures there, sir.
Representative Miller.
Thank you for that. And second question, these retailers have up until 2027, I guess, to clear their shelves. Why are we giving them up until 2027?
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Miller. I'll go back to my initial comments. I would love to have taken them off the shelves today. That was one of the issues that was being discussed in one of the facets of the legislation that not everyone likes, but we are going to live with that for the time that we've set up in this legislation. I would have loved to have done a much quicker
phase out of these products.
Representative Miller. Representative Bain.
Thanks, Chairman Hawk. I was wondering if you could elaborate on the issues around with the FDA, because I know we received a lot of emails that these store owners felt like, a lot of these products would be banned. But could you talk about the amendment that offers flexibility with, I guess, the fluidity of the FDA situation? Thank you.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bain, the FDA has a certain list of products that have been approved now. Technically, if a product is not on a list of approved or in the process of being approved products with the FDA, they're illegal now in the state of Tennessee. So what we are doing, the technical language, we are creating an enforcement mechanism to actually go in and enforce what FDA has already said is illegal to be sold.
All right. Representative Halsey.
Thank you. And I just had a question similar to that. Do open systems, are they required to have FDA approval?
Chairman Hawk.
Any vape product is required to have FDA approval.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 763 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, 4 nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 763 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Leader Lamberth, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the extreme insistence of this particular member, move to take up item 48 on today's calendar.
He worked you over without objection. So ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 48, House Bill 636 by Representative Burkhart relative to infrastructure development districts. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 26.
Representative Burkhart moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 26 by second without objection. So ordered. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 26 on third and final consideration.
Representative Burkhart moves passage of Senate Bill 26 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House, State, and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You're adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an amendment to legislation that we passed last year from Chairman Carr. Last year's bill only allowed for residential development. With this amendment that allows for commercial developments so cities and counties can pair with private developers for infrastructure. And with that explanation, I'll be ready for questions. I renew my motion.
Representative Burkhart renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 26 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, nay, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 26 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're ready for item 21. Item 21, House Bill 73 by Chairman Howell, relative to historic preservation. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chaplain Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 7.
Chairman Howell moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 7, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 7 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 7 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Howell. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to address a delay with the Tennessee Historic Commission, and it would give them a very charitable 15 working days to complete the review of any relevant information relating to the community development block grant that was received by the Boys and Girls Club in my district. And I move for passage, Mr. Speaker.
We have
consideration. Move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're moving for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays, 1 present not voting.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 prevails. Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, at its core, Senate Bill 7 is a private property issue. The bill comes from my district. It only impacts my district as written. From time to time, we're all called upon to carry a bill to address a situation, sometimes an injustice. And this bill involves private property, a 30,000 square foot building and 20 acres of land donated to the Boys and Girls Club of Ocoee region by a local businessman. And prior to that donation, the property owner offered the property to the Tennessee Historic Commission for placement on the National Historic Register. This happened first of all, in 2012, it happened again in 2017. The owner even hired a consultant to put together the historic history of the property in question. They did a presentation packet for the Historic Commission. In both instances, 2012, 2017, the Historic Commission told the owner of the property that we're not interested. That is a fact. They turned it down twice. When the deed was transferred to the club in early 2024, the Polk County Commission applied for a CBDG grant on behalf of the club. It was approved, and the money will be used to hire an architect, update the 80-year-old building, remove asbestos, lead paint, and many other things that are needed to update the building and make it a happy place for children. Because the property is located on a former Superfund site, which is the old Tennessee Copper Company, the CDBG grant triggered an environmental study to ensure the site was free of dangerous chemicals. That in turn, by the way, that environmental study passed with flying colors. That in turn triggered a review by the CDBG by the Historic Commission. A review means to just formally look at the paperwork to make sure everything is fine. The club has been waiting on that review for 11 months. Now, the director of the Tennessee Historic Commission testified last week in the Senate that a review normally takes a week. However, instead of a review, to make all sure the paperwork was complete, 2 staff members of the State Historic Commission came to a meeting at the site attended by the director of the Boys and Girls Club, 4 board members, and Senator Adam Lowe. I happen to be here chairing a committee, physical review. And according to those in attendance, the Historic Commission staff created the impression that if the club did not sign the MOU, which was a backdoor approach to taking control of the property that they'd turned down twice, that they would not approve the CDBG grant. This is a situation that needs to be corrected. And the bill simply says, if the property has been offered to the Historic Commission for registry, the Historic Commission has declined the offer, then moving forward, the commission has no standing. And I would ask for passage, Mr.
Hey, Chairman Howe, that was lovely and all. We're on Amendment 2. Can we move adoption of Amendment 2?
And I also would like to move Amendment 2.
We appreciate that. We'll skip the summary on the next part. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 2, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
My apologies, members. As you can tell, I'm a little passionate about this, so I'm just going to renew my motion.
Chairman Howe. Representative Love.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell us about this wonderful piece of legislation? I just want to know personally if there's anything else. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Howe, you recognize.
How about we get together after session?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 7 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, nays 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 7, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed. Objection, most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 24, House Bill 1310, but Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, relative to health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1282.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1282, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1282 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 1282 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is a modernization and cleanup of the environmental health statutes. It does 6 things to aid in deregulation. First, it will allow for the Food and Safety Code to be modified by rule rather than through statute. Secondly, this legislation deletes duplicative statutes regarding the rented premises unfit for habitation laws. Third, the legislation updates the definition of a campground to exclude RV parks with no group amenities and year-round tenants. Fourth, the legislation will allow for pool inspections to occur once every 3 months instead of the current once per month. Fifth, the legislation decreased the number of inspections required for bed and breakfasts that are currently registered in the state. And number 6, it limits the fee increases in proposed rules to no more than 3% per year and no more than 5% over a 5-year period. This has been worked out with all the stakeholders, the Department of Health, hospitality, grocery stores, convenience stores. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1282, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 1282 and received constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 25, House Bill 622 by Representative Mayberry.
Mayberry at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you roll House Bill 622 to the Hill.
Without objection, to order.
Mr. Speaker, we're ready for item 26, House Bill 935 by Chairman Moon relative to county governments. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Moon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 848.
Representative Moon moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 848, properly seconded without objection, so ordered. Representative Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 848 on third and final consideration.
Representative Moon moves passage of Senate Bill 848 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call up the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same as the Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Chairman Crawford, without objection, amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Moon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a new part to allow counties that self-insure to have the option of competitively bidding their insurance brokerage services. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Moon renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 848 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 848, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 27, House Bill 133 by Representative Raper relative to facilities for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 110.
Representative Raper moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 110, properly seconded, without objection, so ordered. Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 110 on the third and final consideration.
Representative Raper moves passage of Senate Bill 110 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker Papal Marsh. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Raper, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will give me just a little attitude, I want to say 2 or 3 things, please. First of all, it is so great to be back in the well. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. And next, I would like to introduce Chairman Hale, and he carried the bill all the way to the point of my return, and he did a great and fabulous job. So thank you, Chairman Hale. And last thing, I would like to thank everyone in here for your love, support, and prayers. I couldn't have done it without you and the good Lord. I'm getting close. This bill expands a pilot program to the state that they have had for several years now and allows for a church campus in my district to build residential living for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is a nonprofit organization in Bradley County that will spearhead the program off of Westmore Church of God campus, along with church members and others in the community who have adult children with special needs. One last point is This has a positive fiscal impact on the state, and it'll be a recurring $10,600 a year. I renew my motion.
Representative Raper renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 110, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 110, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 317 by Chairman Rudd, relative to zoning. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0365.
Representative Rudd moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 365, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0365 on third and final consideration.
Representative Rudd moves passage of Senate Bill 365 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is reforms the local zoning board of appeals. It makes the process more transparent, more open to the public. It appeals is defined in the legislation. It also changes the way from may to shall keep records. And it also provides commission member training. Specifically, the two main things it does, the bill makes it clear that the board is to maintain records of its orders and decisions for 3 years, requires the member training to include property and constitutional rights training, and removes the opt-out clause of this training. The bill also requires that the local legislative body provide rules to govern the organization and its procedure and to maintain a record of board proceedings, and requires that they allow presentation of relevant proof by the parties involved. That's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Rudd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 365, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 365, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 29, House Bill 457 by Chairman Rudd, relative to elections. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0626.
Representative Rudd moves to substitute and conform to the Senate Bill 626. Properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0626 on third and final consideration.
Representative Rudd moves passage of Senate Bill 626 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment Number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, this is kind of our yearly cleanup bill in elections. What this bill does, the legislation aligns the latest date that a county election commission has to count the provisional ballots on the third Monday after the election, and potentially requiring one less meeting before the election can be certified, since they can do that on the same day. It also clarifies that the notice of provisional counting board must be published and allows that the notice be combined with a notice listing the election day polling places and hours that are required. Again, it saves money. The third thing it does, it specifically prohibits internet voting, which is already our practice. We're just putting it into official code. It also, the legislation strengthens the voter list maintenance by restoring the ability to use voter inactivity and failure to respond to the notice as an indicator the voter may have moved. This is what was in previous legislation, but we took it out when a Sixth Circuit court in Ohio took that down. That was reflective of ours. The U.S. Supreme Court has since verified what we did was correct, so we're putting that back in code as it was before. It also additionally clarifies that the administrator of elections may also, and that's the county administrator of elections, may also only print voter registration card and hand it to the applicant when the voter has presented verification of residential address. All other voter registration cards must be mailed. And finally, it aligns the deadline to purge the voter registration records based on systematic list maintenance activities with the latest date allowed by federal law. So that brings us in with what is current federal law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Rugg renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 626, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 22 nays.
Senate Bill 626, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to item 32. Item 32, House Bill 87 by Chairman Slater, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 134.
Representative Slater moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 134, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 134 on third and final consideration.
Representative Slater moves passage of Senate Bill 134 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill enacts the Learning Pod Protection Act, and with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Slater renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you explain what a learning pod is, sponsor?
Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a learning pod is defined in the bill, but it's most commonly referred to as a co-op, sometimes a micro school, sometimes a tutorial. This bill has to do with homeschooling and the rights of homeschoolers, not just to homeschool within their home, but also to gather together with other families to provide a homeschool education.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And the education that they're receiving via the homeschool, what's that currently being governed by to make sure that they are being held accountable to the standards necessary for what we want for Tennessee children to learn?
Representative Slater.
In relation to this law, this does not change any of our current law as it relates to the responsibilities and obligations of homeschoolers. This just simply says that if one family gets together with another family, then they can do that. They have the right to voluntarily come together to learn together.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And right now, that is prohibited by our laws?
Representative Slater.
Right now, it is not codified, and so what this does is that it codifies that that families have the right to do that.
Representative Pearson.
Without this legislation, what's the consequence to families that are homeschooling and gathering together?
Representative Slater.
Well, to date, there have not been issues that I'm aware of where families have come together, but this makes sure that whether it's state or local, that when two families or more would come together, that there would not be any issues, that they would still have the right to do that.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, today, if you're homeschooling and you want to get together with another family that's homeschooling, you can do that, if I'm understanding you correctly. This legislation is codifying that you can do that?
Representative Slater.
That is correct.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, at what point does a learning pod or mini school start to operate more like a school that would get a higher level of regulation? Because I imagine a couple of families getting together is one thing, but what if, several families, 30 students get together every single day, right, for several years? Is there another lever or level that is reached that a different set of laws, restrictions, regulations then get enforced?
Representative Slater.
This legislation does not address that. And the reason that it doesn't is many of these families are already associated with a school, perhaps a Category 3 school, a Category 4 school, even a Category 2 school. So this is not changing any of that. This simply recognizes the rights of families to gather together, whether it be in their home or another location, so that they can learn together. That it simply recognizes that right.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, I got it. I recognize that right, but there aren't any penalties right now coming from the Department of Education or anybody on learning pods.
Representative Slater.
I am not aware of any situation where families have come together in a co-op or in a tutorial and where they've faced any penalties. I'm not aware of any of those. This simply codifies that they can do that.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Chairman Clements, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Hearing the word learning pods giving me bad flashbacks from the pandemic, so I don't appreciate that. But with the way that learning pods is defined in this legislation, it is a little concerning because it basically says that a group of parents can get together and form a private school and have no regulation whatsoever of that private school education. The vagueness of the definition leaves that open because it allows for payment to be made for services provided to those children. Whereas learning pods traditionally have just been a group of parents, in the neighborhood getting together and homeschooling their children. That's one thing. But when you allow for payment of services to those children, now you're getting into a whole private school situation, arguably, and creating a private school, informal or not, that has no regulation whatsoever under this, that would allow for no regulation under this legislation, which goes outside of the current code to the extent private schools have regulation by the state of Tennessee, or an LEA, which is limited anyway. So that's my concern with the legislation, is that broad definition of learning pods. So if you want to respond to that, I'd appreciate it. If not, so be it.
Representative Slater.
Thank you, and thank you for your question. This is not setting up a new type of school. And to your point about there being perhaps some pay, co-ops, tutorials are coming together. And as they come together, 4 or 5 families, or it could be more, may have someone come in who has some special training, some special knowledge in mathematics or whatever the case might be, and they may compensate that individual. And so this is not setting up any new type of school. In fact, most of these individuals are already involved in an umbrella school, they're often called. So this is not setting up a new type of school, nor does it do away with anything that we already have as it relates to homeschooling. It simply recognizes the fact that parents do have the right to come together, meet together as in a cooperative way, and it's defined as learning pods in our code.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's kind of my point, is the breadth of this definition allows for, it doesn't eliminate the number of parents, it doesn't eliminate payment for services. So theoretically, under this legislation, you could have 100 parents come together and hire 7 teachers to teach 7 different subjects to their kids. Well, that sounds a lot like a private school to me, or it could be interpreted to be. Beyond the traditional idea of a homeschool learning pod. So that's my concern, is the breadth of that definition, and then allowing that hypothetical to go completely unregulated is concerning. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Slater. Representative Travis.
You, Mr. Speaker, move previous question.
Your question to call. We got any objections? Any objections? All right. We're on the board. Previous questions. All in favor of previous questions, please vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 6-5, 27 nays.
All right, we're on the bill. All in favor of Senate Bill 134, please vote aye. When the bell rings, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 58, 28 nays, 6 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 134, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 33, House Bill 380 by Chairman Slater, relative to virtual schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Slater, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 416.
Representative Slater moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 416, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 416 on third and final consideration.
Representative Slater moves passage of Senate Bill 416 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not in the Senate bill, so move to adopt.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation requires the State Textbook Commission by January 1st, 2027 to develop a plan to approve electronic textbooks and instructional materials for use by virtual schools. I renew my motion.
Representative Slater renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 416 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member votes, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 9 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 416 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is table. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 12, today's calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Item 12, House Bill 1270 by Leader Cochran relative to freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Sorry, members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0937.
Representative Cochran moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 937, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0937 on third and final consideration.
Representative Cochran moves passage of Senate Bill 937 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not in the Senate bill. Move to adopt.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. I am opposed to this legislation for so many reasons, but I'm also tired of this body consistently punching down on folks, consistently trying to separate, discriminate, and allow for people to be hurt and harmed by our legislation and giving folks the power to do so. This legislation that I'm proposing is to change the act and make it known as the Imposition of Specific Expressions Act, because it isn't about freedom of expression for people who use a different name than the one they may have been given at birth. It's not about freedom of expression or the freedom of speech of people to identify the way that they choose to identify. It is about allowing more discrimination against people, especially folks who are LGBTQ. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 2070 days.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you. One of the things that this legislation does is allow for people to bring an action against a school, to bring action against an LEA if they are having to use a child's preferred pronoun or use the name that the child gives them. And so this removes that ability of people to have the ability to sue our school systems. And again, with all of the problems that we have as a state, whether that be dealing with poverty, the lack of healthcare access, the rights of women to choose what to do with their bodies, we're getting legislation after legislation that furthers discrimination, othering, and separation. It's despicable and ridiculous that this is how we are using our time and energy. And it isn't helping anybody. It's only hurting people who are seeking to be who God has called for them to be and asking that others do so. So I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting on consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 2269 days.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. There is the entire piece of legislation is very problematic, but one part of this is that it is requiring people to find out what the biological sex of individuals are. And so this legislation would say that a public school or ELA shall not request an individual to produce evidence of the individual's biological sex in addition to a public institution, and the state shall not request an individual to produce evidence of the individual's biological sex. I don't think anybody here has ever been asked to produce some paperwork related to their biological sex, because that's not what government should be doing. It shouldn't be asking people what's in their pants. That's ridiculous, disgusting, and it is perverted that is what we are doing as a body. And so this legislation is saying that that's something that we need to do, and this that I'm providing and moving for consideration is to take that away.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of considering amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Jones of Davidson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones and Davidson, you recognize.
Thank you, colleagues. This bill is to properly name this act the Bullying LGBTQ Students Act. That's what this is about. It's not about free speech. It's about allowing adults to bully children, which we should all be against. I'm concerned and confused, and also just think it's weird that this sponsor, Representative Cochran, always brings us these bills attacking the LGBTQ community. We call him by his proper pronoun. Why is it so difficult to call other people by their pronouns? This is about adults bullying children because of their identity, which we should all be against. It's a weird obsession of my colleague here, who's always bringing these pronoun bills, always obsessing about people's genitalia and what they were born as or what they want to be called. It's weird, it's strange, and it's giving projection. And so I hope that we do things that are in the interest of people of this body and children most particularly, and stop using this platform of government to bully vulnerable students because they look different and identify differently than you do. I will respect your pronoun, Madam Representative. See, I call you, if you call me that, you're offended by that. But if I call you Mr. Representative, that's what you want to be called. I'm willing to do that. Do that for the children of the state of Tennessee, Representative Cochran.
You heard the motion. It's probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 5. All those in favor of considering amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 20, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 5 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Cochran, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1270 is a protection against coerced speech for students, teachers, employees, contractors of state government, state schools, and higher education facilities, ensuring that no student or employee of those facilities is ever subjected to coerced speech. Students, teachers, employees, and contractors of public schools and LEAs do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech and expression while at work. And furthermore, protecting the right to free speech for students, teachers, and employees, that we believe that promotes an important state interest and protects constitutional rights. With that, I renew my motion.
Leader Cochran renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is a very mean bill. And my question is, we all have pronouns. We all have preferred names. This seems to be targeting a specific community that feels like they have different pronouns or wants to be addressed by a different name. But I know that we have many members here that go by different names that are not their given name. So why have we chosen to not call our colleagues by their name? and preferred pronouns.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, nothing in this bill prohibits you from calling anyone what they prefer or what they ask you to. You just can't be coerced into doing that. This is a protection against coerced speech. I think the example was given earlier about calling each other representative. When you're at a gathering or some sort of community meeting, you can request that people call you representative. You cannot require them to do so. The First Amendment doesn't give you the right to require someone to say something. You can request it, and they can choose to acknowledge that. But under their First Amendment protection not to speak, they don't have to say that. That's all this bill does. It doesn't say you can't refer to a pronoun. It just says you cannot be coerced. You can't be adversely affected if you say, no, I'm sorry, that's against my closely held moral convictions. It's a protection against coerced speech. It doesn't say you can't say something.
Representative Salinas.
So if I wanted to refer to you as chairwoman or by she, would that be my First Amendment right?
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, there's nothing restricting what you can say. And perhaps that would offend me, but I don't have a constitutional right to not be offended.
Representative Salinas.
Okay. Well, I think that this legislation not only targets LGBT community members, but also immigrants that often choose to go by a different name. And sometimes people choose to go by a different name to make it easier on people that can't pronounce our names. And that often is done in schools and in higher education. My brother used a different name than his given name because of the level of racism he faced in college. And with your bill, it would force administration to call him by a different name. So I think that this bill is a hateful bill. It's a mean bill, and we should vote against it.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And respectfully, Representative, everything you just said is untrue. Nothing in this bill would prevent the administration from acknowledging a nickname or someone's preferred name. Again, it just says someone can't be coerced into saying something. There's nothing in here that says a teacher, a fellow classmate can't acknowledge a nickname or a name that someone may think is easier to say. You can certainly continue to do that. You will find no provision in this bill that prevents that, even though that's what you claimed. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens. Nope. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I have to agree that this is an incredibly hate-filled piece of legislation. You have to wonder what type of self-loathing a person has who wants to hurt a vulnerable child in this way. We know that this could be a teacher, folks. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Are we objecting that I'm saying if some teachers want to do this, they have some self-loathing? So anyway, where I was going is we know that these kids, or many of these kids who want to go by nicknames, have a 40% suicide rate. Your constitutional right extends to where you don't cause harm to others. But when it comes to vulnerable children, you may well be causing harm in this instance. It is, what's reassuring to me is 95% of teachers would never put their own hate before the success of a child in their classroom. And I can rely on the fact that most teachers are never going to do anything to harm a child. But there are some, sadly, out there, and you are allowing them to make a child's classroom a toxic environment for them. A child cannot learn in a toxic environment. Why would any grown adult want to put a young child in a toxic environment? Let people live their lives and be themselves. And remember, when I first taught elementary kids. Whatever the Disney Princess movie of the month was, please call me Jasmine. My name is Jasmine. It didn't bother me one bit to call the student what they wanted to be called. I might forget and they would correct me. But why can't we respect these young people and give them a healthy environment to learn and not make them feel targeted, hated, and attacked as they currently tell me every single day they feel by this state legislature. They feel attacked. This is ugly, hateful, and allows adults to bully children. And if you're okay with that, keep on going.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, I just think it's interesting that protecting religious liberty, that you consider that hate. I don't. And I'm actually, I guess I'm comforted by the fact that 95% of Tennesseans will agree with that.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And why, just a few minutes ago, we didn't care about the religious freedom of a church to house the people that they wanted to house because their faith tells them to welcome the stranger. So I guess it's only religious freedom some of the time. And imagine using it to bully kids.
Leader Cochran.
I read my motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was said by one of the speakers, representative from Davidson County, that Representative Cochran must be obsessed with this topic. Well, I don't know if he's obsessed with this topic, but if he's obsessed with protecting my First Amendment rights, I appreciate your obsession. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to stick your name on the line year after year and fight for the freedoms that our founding fathers gave us. And for that, I appreciate it. And for giving me the ability to not have to accept someone's delusional fairy tale world that they live in, I appreciate you defending that as well.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Chairman. And I appreciate the comments. And this is not something that is just being addressed here in this body. Thankfully, there is substantial precedent in federal court cases such as Woolley versus Maynard. This is the right of freedom of thought protected by the First Amendment against state action, includes both the right to speak freely and the right to refrain from speaking at all. Garrity versus Jackson Local School District. District officials forced a middle school English teacher, Vivian Garrity, to resign because she wanted to refrain from speaking in a way that would violate her religious beliefs. The court ruled that the policy was compelling Garrity's speech and ruled in her favor. Furthermore, Woolley versus Maynard again. Math teachers must teach math, science teachers must teach science, history teachers must teach history, but none of them can be compelled into the service of controversial religious, political, or ideological causes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Hearing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 937 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. There's no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 18 nays.
Senate Bill 937 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 735 by Representative Wright. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, that's item 35. We're back to item 35. House Bill 735 by Representative Wright, relative to the vesting period for property development standards. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 773.
Representative Wright moves to substitute conform to Senate Bill 773. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 773 on third and final consideration.
Representative Wright moves passage of Senate Bill 773 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Wright. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption, amendment number 2.
Representative Wright moves adoption of amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the heel of the amendments, State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 773 is amended, maintains the property owner's right to use his building permit for 3 years. The clock being stopped if there's litigation. Also defines the submission of a proper building permit, ensures that the local building official's decision is appealable, and with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Wright renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 773 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 773 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1071 by Representative Wright relative to Tennessee Heritage Protection. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1034.
Representative Wright moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1034. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage Senate Bill 1034 on third and final consideration.
Representative Wright moves passage of Senate Bill 1034 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1034 is a revisit of the Tennessee Heritage Act. It's going to add seals in with monuments, memorials, busts, nameplates, historic markers, plaques, artworks, and flags. And with that, I move for approval. I renew my motion.
Representative Wright renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing, Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. What's the purpose of this, sir? Why did you see the need for this?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Tennessee Heritage Act was worked on by former member Dale Carr, seals were left out. In other words, I named a list of things that were included in that act, but seals were left out. And this bill will then add 13 works of art that exist in the state of Tennessee, whether they be in cities or in counties.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. The seal of a city or a county is pretty much a local issue for local government and locals who are governed by that body. So why are we getting into that if they don't think that they want, and I've heard rumors, you correct me if I'm wrong, that this is about protecting Confederate seals, symbols. If they want to get rid of that offensive artwork, why are we not allowing them to bring themselves into modern times.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what this bill is attempting to do. It's attempting to get them lined up with all of these other things that I mentioned a moment ago, monuments, memorials, whatever, so that seals can be then handled by the local governing body in relation with the Tennessee Historic Commission. This is trying to get things moving. On seals, all these other things are appropriately being handled.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. I have to disagree. Appropriately handled is a misnomer. We have no business in trying to tell local folks that they have to have symbols of oppression. They have to have those symbols that Confederate sympathizers have put up, or that those who were Jim Crow would intentionally put up and develop in order to intimidate people of color, Black folks in particular, but all people of color. So I'm really perplexed. I know you as a person, and I'm perplexed on why you would bring this legislation, which furthers oppressive legislation that's already on the books. So with that being said, sir, I'm going to oppose your bill.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Powell. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my city actually has a seal that some of us don't really like. It's got a indigenous person on it. So to clarify, if we decided, the voters of Nashville, when I say we and our city council, elected officials, that we wanted to change the seal of the city we're all in right now, would this bill prevent us from taking action on that?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a list of 17 seals, and I do not find Nashville being one that would be categorized. This list may be incorrect, but as it currently exists, there can be no interaction, apparently, between the city or county and the Tennessee Historic Commission without seals being added to the Tennessee Heritage Act.
Representative Powell.
I appreciate that answer, and hopefully we still have the ability to modify that seal. But I guess then that leads to my second question, which is, why were these 17 seals selected?
Representative Wright.
Sir.
Representative Powell.
Sir, why were these 17 seals on your list selected?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not know this to be a definitive list, but it is a list that I was presented by the Tennessee Heritage Act people, the Tennessee Historical Commission, saying that these seals and the things that, let me use a couple of the examples. There is one city seal that has a World War I Army Medal of Honor on it. The city of Cleveland has a Cherokee design. And I'm going to use one more. The third one on the list, the city of Eastridge has a historic person, features a pioneer rifleman. There has been court action related to this, and it stalled because seals are not in the original act.
Representative Powell.
So one final question. My district actually touches another district, which is Williamson County, and I see their seal quite a bit. Is the Williamson County seal also in this legislation?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, alphabetically, the last item on the list is Williamson County Civil War flag and cannon.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to kind of piggyback on those questions. So there is currently a case that's been going on for a couple of years in Williamson County to remove the Confederate flag from their seal and their flag. It's been stalled, and there was a ruling, and they had agreed to remove it. And would this, if this bill passes, would it make it more difficult or less difficult to have that Confederate flag removed from their seal and flag?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my unlawyerly opinion, it would make it easier for this to be back in court and solved.
Representative Freeman.
And that's your intent with this legislation?
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor. All right. We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. The opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1034 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 70, 24 nays.
Senate Bill 1034 has received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion for Rick's table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1281 by Representative Hill, relative to release time courses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1332.
Representative Hill moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1332. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1332 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hill moves passage of Senate Bill 1332 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1332 requires a background check for those who are instructors during release time. And with that explanation, I renew my motion.
Representative Hill renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't hear what the presenter said. There was so much noise. He could repeat that if you get a little quietness so I could hear.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great bill. Just hit the green button. No, sir. Senate Bill 1332 requires a background check for those who are instructors during release time. And that's the simple part of what the bill does.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't say you didn't say it. I couldn't hear because people were talking, okay?
Very good. Moving on. Representative Crawford, you're recognized.
Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1332 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1332, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. The most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 38, House Bill 1283 by Representative Hill, relative to elections. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1143.
Representative Hill moves substitute form Senate Bill 1143, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1143 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hill moves passage of Senate Bill 1143 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1143 requires training of election officials on non-U.S. citizen state-issued identification. And with that explanation, I renew my motion.
Representative Hill renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. So currently, they don't receive training on non-United States citizens and their ineligibility to vote.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation specifically deals with what we passed during special session. With the change in the IDs, this requires training to take place for election officials, so they will be aware of that.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. So the legislation that I have in the amendment may be different. It says training on temporary forms of identification issued to non-United States citizens that may not be used as evidence of identification as set forth in section 2-7-112 subsection C. I'm saying currently in our election materials, are you saying that folks are not being trained that people who are ineligible to vote can't vote?
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what this legislation deals with specifically is the changes in identification that we passed during special session. And what we're trying to do is make sure that election workers can be up to date on the laws that we pass, so that way we can ensure fair and free and secure elections.
Representative Pearson.
You know, I've heard for a long time people applauding the state for being #1 in election integrity because I guess the training and education is so good, even though we're last in voter participation and engagement in elections. And I fear that this redundancy is only an attempt to masquerade, again, legislation that's targeting people who are non-U.S. citizens or who might be immigrants, and that it's unnecessary because currently people know that if you're not a U.S. citizen, you are not eligible to vote, and or if you're a U.S. citizen who's been disenfranchised by this body due to the amount of felon disenfranchisement laws that we'd have, you aren't eligible to vote. And so I don't necessarily see the purpose of this legislation other than, again, a political talking point that we're making sure people who are non-U.S. citizens aren't going to be able to vote, which we already know that they cannot. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting your legislation. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1143 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does the member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 1143, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads series table. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up item 50, today's calendar.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 50, House Bill 1325, relative to the Farmland Preservation Fund. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Viola, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0207.
Representative Vital moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 207, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of Senate Bill 0207 on third and final consideration.
Representative Vital moves passage of Senate Bill 207 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This rewrites the bill, and we defer to the sponsor for explanation, and we move to adopt.
Chairman Todd moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm here on behalf of the Tennessee Farmland Preservation Fund. Tennessee has a rich agricultural heritage, and significant economic activity has been derived from its vast farmland. However, it is at risk. Since 1997, Tennessee has lost 1.6 million acres of farmland. Tennessee is ranked second in the nation behind Texas, with projected loss of 2.2 million acres of farmland by 2030. Farmland families keep food on our table and drive our economy, but our state is losing 10 acres an hour. Now Tennessee can provide farmers with a pathway to save their farms and open lands while preserving their families' economic opportunities. The Tennessee Farmland Preservation Fund is a tool for property owners to assist in conservation easements to be placed on property and to protect the land for generations to come. This program is completely voluntary, exercising the ultimate freedom of choice to our farmers and landowners and their families. A conservation easement does not mean you lose your land. It protects your land. It protects it. It allows you to farm it, hunt it, fish it, mortgage it, sell it, continue to build a home, or to expand. 29 other states have seen and recognized the important need. This bill allows the Department of Agriculture to create a framework for another tool in protecting farmland across Tennessee. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Vital renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I don't have any farmland to preserve, but I appreciate you bringing the legislation. Just a couple of questions for clarity. Once this decision is made, is it revocable or is it an irrevocable decision?
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question. This is an irrevocable decision. It is not for everyone. It is made by families together to decide the future of protecting their land for the future. Most often, the family has been a century farm or a property that's been held long-term, and they continue to see it protected that way for them and their community.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick follow-up. If a landowner makes this decision and then they sell the property to a new owner, is it still under that same covenant?
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. The covenant would follow the property just like any other easement.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last question. Does it ever expire?
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It does not. Just like your TVA easement never expires.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Appreciate you answering the questions.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm standing in support of this bill, but I also want to bring recognition to a couple of other things that's going on in the ag community. Last year, the state of Tennessee, the gross receipts in the ag community were down $785 million. So it's important that if we want to make sure that our farming heritage remains in Tennessee, that we build and strengthen the markets that we have and create new markets. I appreciate the governor's office, the Department of Agriculture, and the efforts they put forth. There's been lots of partners that we've been working with over the past years to make sure that our agriculture community is strengthened. And I just applaud the effort, but I want to encourage members in this body to appreciate what the ag sector brings to this state. And with that, I appreciate the time, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Chairman Grills, and thank you to the multiple organizations from the Farm Bureau to the Tennessee Municipal League who have worked together to make this bill possible for our economy.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague, I appreciate the work you're putting into this. And I do realize we have an issue with the loss of farmland, and that's a devastating problem. My concerns, as we've talked about a little bit, are the perpetuity of this. It reminded me of two brothers, one of who sold his birthright to the other. And once you do that, you can't get it back. And I understand that it is a final decision. It just troubles me that we're going down this path and we're going to use 25 million tax dollars to do that. So I do appreciate the work you've put in. I just can't support it.
Representative Vital.
Thank you, and I appreciate your opinion. There are over 200,000 acres that have been protected this way across the state in over 75 counties. And it is not for everyone, as I said, but it is another option for protecting farmland in the future by personal choice. It is the ultimate property choice for a property owner today to protect their land. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the spirit and intent of this legislation. My concern is giving this governor another $25 million blank check to give to his buddies. So does this have requirements for this to go through the Administrative Procedures Act and create eligibility criteria so that this administration is not making this unilateral decision to hand out $25 million to buddies?
Representative Vital.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Agriculture will create laws and regulations for the disbursement of this funds, and I've had no conversation with the governor.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had no conversations with the governor either, if that surprises you. But I just want to make sure that there is a process that this has to go through so that one individual isn't just writing $25 million of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars to their pals. And so as long as that procedure is in place, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Vital.
Thank you. And with that, I renew my question.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of the legislation, but I did want to ask you, if you were a farmer and you entered into that program, which is permissive, and if I bought it, the covenant would continue. Is that, as I think I heard you say that, right?
Representative Vital.
That is correct.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what if I did not want to be in that covenant and had the resources not to be in it? How, if there's no way for me to get out of it at that point?
Representative Vital.
Thank you for the question. Once a conservation easement is placed on the property, it is permanent. I will just say from personal experience, I've done it 15 years ago on my part of my farm. It's a decision I never regretted. My family made it with me, and it is about protecting that property long-term. But as I said, it is not for everyone. I can still sell that property, but it is ultimately protected, just like if I sold it for development today.
Representative Shaw.
And I'm not arguing that point with you. I agree with what you're saying. I think the question I'm asking is, of course, I don't have to buy that property, but if you were in the covenant and for some reason I got a chance to buy that property, would there not be some way if I wanted to get out of that easement, I could with the state? Do I have to agree with them if I don't need it, because it's only a tool you use if you need it?
Representative Vital.
Thank you. Could you repeat that question? I didn't quite understand exactly what you were asking.
Representative Shaw.
Okay, I was asking you that if you were in the covenant as a landowner, and for some reason I wanted to buy that land from you, You're saying that the covenant would continue, but I'm asking you that if I had the resources not to be in the covenant, there's no way for me to get out of it at that point because I didn't enter into it. You did. I would just want to know if I could get out of it if I wanted to. That's the question I'm asking.
Representative Vital.
The covenant would remain with the property. No amount of money would remove it.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you.
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I do appreciate everything you've said here, and I just want to reiterate a couple of things. This is strictly a voluntary program. This is voluntary just like landowners have right now. They can go out and do this on their own right now without any incentive. They can also sell that property to a developer, or they can develop them themselves and put houses all over it. That is permanent. There is no going back once you do that. There are a lot of things developers and landowners do right now that are permanent on their property with no going back, no getting out of it. So there's no difference here. It's a voluntary program. It is a priority that our governor has put forth, and it's funded in the budget of last year, though the money's moving forward. A lot of states are already doing this with a lot more money because they see the value of protecting our farmland and giving that options to landowners that want to protect their farmland for future agricultural production. There's a wide variety of things the landowner can do that falls under ag, and this doesn't change that at all. It just merely protects it and locks it into agriculture from this point forward. So I appreciate the sponsor shepherding this through and fully support it. Thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, thank you for the bill. Thank you for your work on this. I know this is something that you're very passionate about. I just have a couple of questions. In the body of the bill and the language, I don't see anything in here that requires or has any limitations as to the percentage of the property that's put into a conservation easement that has to continue to be used for agricultural purposes. So for instance, if someone has a 100-acre farm and they put all 100 acres into this conservation easement, they get paid by the state, but they decide at some point down the road that they're only going to farm 50% of it. What is the requirement, or is there a figure here or a minimum amount or percentage that has to continue to be in agricultural use?
Representative Vital.
Thank you. I'm sure that those conditions will be worked out, but the term agriculture is a broad term. It could be passive agriculture. It could be open land. It could be scenic value, historic value as part of that protection.
Representative Barrett.
So as I understand it, then basically we're leaving that up to the department to promulgate those rules and come up with that number.
Representative Vital.
There are frameworks in 29 other states that have used this as a tool to protect farmland and forest lands across this country.
Representative Barrett.
And I appreciate that. And I'm sure we're going to be looking at what these other states are doing. And I hope that what we end up with will be something that is working well in these other states. I'm just a little bit leery about putting $25 million of taxpayer monies out there. And we don't have it nailed down just a little bit more. And finally, the last question I have is, what is the remedy for the state, the holder of the conservation easement, if the terms are violated by the owner?
Representative Vital.
Thank you for that question. In most contracts, conservation easements, there are conditions and remedies outlined on how that would be enforced.
Representative Barrett.
Well, I get that, but this is a bill that's creating this conservation easement that we're not talking about a contract. We're talking about creating a law that's going to give the state certain rights as the holder of this conservation easement. So what I'm trying to understand before we vote on this is what happens if a farmer that has turned his land over to the state for this conservation easement violates the terms of that conservation easement. What are the remedies to the state? Are they going to come in and take this farmer's property for violating the conservation easement?
Representative Vital.
I can only speak to what's been done in other states. There's been clawbacks that are created in there, just like there are in other conditions, whether they be economic development incentives or similar types of transactions.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. Appreciate you for answering those questions.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Just two things to the sponsor. I wish I'd gotten to you earlier, but it just occurred to me. What would be the impact of a bankruptcy, which brings the feds into the equation? And also, well, I'll let you give me a response to that first.
Representative Vital.
Thank you. In the case of a bankruptcy, the conservation easement would still follow the land like any other easement or encumbrance on the property.
Representative Hardaway.
Okay, so we don't think that the judge would have the ability to abolish the easement in order to facilitate the sale, is what you're telling me.
Representative Hardaway. Representative Vital, sorry.
I can't speak for a judge.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, just one more question. On eminent domain, how would this mesh with eminent domain powers?
Representative Vital.
From time to time, farmland or open land is impacted by road improvements or eminent domain. Eminent domain is a severe route that can be taken against conservation easements.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, sir.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question been called. Is there objection? There's not. There's joy in the House. All those in favor of Senate Bill 207 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 8 nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 207 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The most read series table. Next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 39, House Bill 1351 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to addiction services. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1240.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute form Senate Bill 1240, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1240 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1240 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up first amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1, draw. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House State and Local Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption. Committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, requires a nationally recognized recovery resident standard organization performing certification of recovery residents in the state to adopt certain minimum standards as part of the certification. It requires the Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to select and approve organization meeting to establish minimum standards. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question been called. Any objection? All right, we're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anybody wish to change your vote? Rudd, aye. Reeves, aye. Cheryl, aye. Eldridge, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 67, 21 nays, one present not voting.
Previous question prevails. Let the journal reflect Representative Russell is excused. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1240 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Reeves, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 4 nays, 4 present not voting.
Senate Bill 1240 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reeks here table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 41, House Bill 381 by Representative Eldridge, relative to consumption of alcoholic beverages on premises. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 308.
Chairman Eldridge moves substitute and form Senate Bill 308, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of Senate Bill 308 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Eldridge moves passage of Senate Bill 308 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 2, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 308 is the premier resort omnibus bill, and with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Eldridge renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 308, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Capley, no. Cheryl, aye. Reeves, aye. Mr. Clerk. McCalman, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 69, 14 nays, 5 present not voting.
Senate Bill 308, having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reeks here table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 42, House Bill 1204 by Chairman Kumar, relative to driving under the influence of an intoxicant. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1204 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage. Bobby second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment. Oh, is it substitute and conform? Hey, Chairman, can you substitute and conform? Senate already passed this version. Chairman Kumar, you recognize. Substitute and conform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill
1400.
1400.
Chairman Kumar moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1400, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1400 in third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage of Senate Bill 1400 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Senate Bill 1400 accomplishes 3 things at the time of a DUI arrest. It takes away the need for use of reasonable force by law enforcement when a driver refuses to have their blood drawn in assisting medical professionals. Instead, it adds a period of 6 months to the time that the license will be suspended. Secondly, it adds a new technology of oral fluid testing that can be carried on at the site of arrest and gives the law enforcement officers information in regard to presence of other drugs in addition to alcohol in the system. Thirdly, it corrects the inequity that has developed that at certain times the period of suspension of a driver's license for vehicular assault and serious offenses is less than a simple DUI. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and Sponsor. It's the third pillar of what you were talking about that I have a question about, particularly in Section 5, where you're amending it, deleting 3 years, substituting 6 years, deleting 5 years, substituting 8 years. I just didn't hear your articulation on why that third reason was necessary for this legislation.
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason is that in certain offenses, the penalty for suspension of driver's license exceeds simple DUI as compared to vehicular assault.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, and so this change would make it so someone would lose their license for a longer period of time? What does this change do?
Chairman Kumar, you reckon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will correct this inequity so that the length of suspension should be more for a more serious offense than a simple offense.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1400 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Let the journal reflect Representative Alexander is excused. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 17 nays, 5 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1400 having received constitutional majority, I declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 43, House Bill 1373 by Chairman White, relative to school performance.
Chairman White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1373 on the third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage, properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up any amendments.
No amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what all this bill does, in 2021, we passed legislation creating a school turnaround pilot program for our LEAs that have a priority school. They can partner with an external partner. It's been very successful. So all this bill does is make the program permanent, and we go from a minimum of 5 schools that can participate in the program to as many as 15. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman White renews motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1373 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Freeman on. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 21 nays.
House Bill 1373 and received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 44, House Bill 1125 by Chairman Farmer, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute form to Senate Bill 602.
Chairman Farmer moves substitute form Senate Bill 602, public seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 602 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 602 on third and final consideration. Public second. Ms. Clerk, please call it First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 2, public seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, it does 3 things. One, it allows for some protections for our teachers when kids come into the schools for less than 50% of the time. If they have low test scores, it's not going to count against the teachers or the school system itself. Number 2, it allows for the LEAs to, if they decide to reimburse a teacher's estate if a teacher were to pass and have some sick leave or some time off built up there. It's going to allow for our LEAs to pay for that, pay the teacher's estate. And then the third amendment there was just an enacting clause. It's going to backdate it to March this year. I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Without objection, previous question. That's only two. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 602 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 2 nays, 1 present not voting.
Senate Bill 602 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 45, House Bill 1128 by Chairman Farmer, relative to constables.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1128 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passages. Probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it to adopt. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does is allow for our constables to become post-certified if they choose to do so. I think it's a good policy decision to allow for our constables to have that additional training if they choose to do so. And I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you. My only concern here is the violation. So a constable who violates subdivision A1 commits a Class C misdemeanor subject to a fine only, and each day of a violation of this section constitutes a separate offense. And so does this legislation require for them to do this training and then they'll get an offense or a fine every single day that they don't, or is this optional?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is optional. If they choose to go through this training and choose to become post-certified, then they're going to take on that responsibility and obligations. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
And if they choose not to do the training, they didn't get fined.
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question because there objection. There's no objection. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1128 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Capley, aye. McCallum, aye.
You're the only thing he can see when he looks at you.
Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, 1 nay.
House Bill 1128 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 46, House Bill 487 by Chairman Farmer, relative to court clerks.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 487 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chair Lady Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chair Lady Davis moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does allows for it's brought to you by the County Clerks Association. Allows for a $2 assessment to go towards courtroom security, updates in their software, and updated training for the association and the clerks that work across our states. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objections to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All right, we're objection. I was a little late on already called the question on that one. Didn't see it. Previous questions on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 69, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 487 has been, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 8 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 487 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 47, House Bill 491 by Chairman Farmer, relative to opioids. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 48.
Chairman Farmer moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 48, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move past the Senate Bill 48 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves past the Senate Bill 48 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chair Lady Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a few years ago, we created the opioid abatement fund to go to our locals for the opioid crisis that's happened across our country and our state. That allowed for settlements to be accepted by the state. What this bill would do is allow us to accept 2 additional settlements within that. This will equal to about $120 million for our community. So with that, I move passage.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Farmer, yourself being a girl dad like myself, I've got one question for you. Could you please turn around and tell Tara Robbins, thank you for being the first voice that we've ever heard coming from the clerk's office to lead us today.
Hey, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 48, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change their vote. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 1 present not voting.
Senate Bill 48 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsiders tabled. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 51, House Bill 923 by Representative Mayberry and others, relative to the Dismantling DEI Departments Act.
Leader Langworth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move this bill next available calendar, next available space.
Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 52, House Bill 783 by Representative Martin of Hamilton and others, relative to housing.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 783 on third and final consideration.
Representative Martin moves passage by seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill, move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 783 came to me from a concerned mother in my district when her children were walking to Hickson Elementary School one morning, and there was a violent act of shooting that took place while the kids were on the way to school outside of a sober living home, if you will. And this bill, as amended, would begin a pilot program in Hamilton County to strengthen the accountability of sober living homes. Local governments could, number one, require a new sober living home within 1,000 feet of a school or a daycare to certify the best practice organizations. Number two, they could ensure sober living homes follow applicable health, safety, and building codes. And number three, the local government could also require residents to receive a referral or recommendation from a licensed healthcare provider or a court. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Martin renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a pilot program.
Representative Martin.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
And there's nothing automatic about it kicking in for any other county. It would have to come back for new legislation in order to expand to another county, correct?
Representative Martin.
That is absolutely correct.
Representative Hardaway.
is there any local permissiveness necessary?
Representative Martin.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Representative Hardaway.
Would the local legislative body, the county commission, have to approve by a 2/3 vote this pilot program?
Representative Martin.
Yes, this is completely permissive to the local government if they would choose to have some regulations in this way. And they could not violate the federal, the Fair Housing Act or the American with Disabilities Act or things like that. But it is completely permissible for them.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. For myself and the listening audience, what is a sober living home?
Representative Martin.
A sober living home is defined in the bill under 7-51-2601, paragraph 5. Sober living home means an alcohol-free, drug-free residence where unrelated adults who are recovering from alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse choose to live together in a supportive environment during their recovery where no formal alcohol and drug services are provided.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for the clarification. And so this is a home where there is no alcohol or drug rehab attachment to the home. Am I correct? Is that correct?
Representative Martin.
That is my understanding.
Representative Parkinson.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one last question. So are these homes being located in neighborhoods and is that where the concern is coming from?
Representative Martin.
Well, this home was located within a very short distance to an elementary school. I think it was only 2 homes away from an elementary school.
Representative Parkinson.
Okay, thank you. And is that where the concern is coming from your constituents?
Representative Martin.
Yes, sir.
All right, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 783 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 80, ayes 80, 8 nays, 4 present not voting.
House Bill 783 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 53, House Bill 816 by Representative Travis, relative to driving while privilege canceled, suspended, or revoked.
Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 816 on third and final consideration.
Representative Travis moves passage. Bobby seconded. Ms. Clerk, please call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, defer to the sponsor to explain.
Chairman Howell moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And House Bill 816 as amended, it states that no more than 4 points shall be assessed to a person's driving record for the offense of operating a vehicle while their driver's driving privileges is canceled, suspended, or revoked. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Travis renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Previous question has been called. Is there any objection? Without objection, we're on the board. All those in favor, House Bill 816 has been, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
House Bill 816 have received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Lear Lambert, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that item 11 be rolled to the next available calendar, next available space.
Without objection, so ordered. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 25, House Bill 622 by Representative Mayberry.
Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll this to the next available space, next available calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
We're just changing colors, Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar. Item 1, House Bill 331 by Chairman Baum relative to Tennessee Housing Development Agency. On April 14, 2025, the Senate substituted House Bill 331 for Senate Bill 129, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 331 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About a month ago, we increased the Tennessee Housing Development Agency's cap on outstanding bond principal by $2 billion from $4 billion to $6 billion. This was designed to help low-income households afford their first home. The Senate, however, only increased this cap by $1 billion from $4 billion to $5 billion. That's still a lot of money. And so I move we concur with the Senate amendment.
Representative Baum moves concurrence to amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I don't see discussion. I hear boos. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate amendment number 1, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 550 by Leader Cochran relative to pensions and retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, on April 14, 2025, the Senate substituted House Bill 550 for Senate Bill 8, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 550 as amended.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a substantial change on this one, changing the words of supplemental benefits to life contracts because of how supplemental benefits are defined in code. So regret to inform the body that I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Cochran moves concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the message calendar.
There we go. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the rules be suspended and that House Bill 1440 be introduced and passed on first consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Hicks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended and House Bills 1371, 576, 1278, 799, 1192, 296, 40, 736, 83, 1092, 1093, 1089, 988, 55, 69, 691, 1140, 1144, 641, 578, 594, 592, 577, 60, 802, 969, 964, 208, 761, 787, 1307, 667, 543, 542, 541, 1326, 504, 410, 930, 386, 24, 717, 1302, 782, 524, 782, 130, 76, 780, 33, 34, 1181, 653, 132, 479, 482, 1177, 1299, 1232, 99, 980, 486, 1353, 958, 322, 894, 662, 393, 310, 370, 371, 915, 1163, 675, 190, 726, 748, 842, 773, 160, 1378 be placed on a behind the budget consent calendar to be heard in the Finance Subcommittee tomorrow, and if favorably considered, be placed on the Finance Full Committee consent calendar for tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consulting with the minority leader, this is an old tradition, but there may be enough paper for it today. We would nominate Representative Fred Ashley as the recycling chair today.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Scheduling and procedural announcements.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the schedule for tomorrow, Finance Sub, 8 a.m., Room 1, session, 9 a.m., House Chamber. Then Finance Sub again immediately following session, Finance Full immediately following Finance Sub, Calendar Rules immediately following Finance Full, all in Room 1.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 84 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
It completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 9 a.m. on Thursday, April 17th, 2025.
Without objection, House stands recessed till 9 a.m. on Thursday, April 17th, 2025.